Another day without you here. He lives with you with his absence. Around me, everything is end. Nothing left me about you. And now things will change. My life's better than this. Nothing can stop me. And I just have to say, it's a new hour, it's a new time, it's a new day for feeling alive. It's a new hour, it's a new time, it's a new day for feeling alive. Feeling alive.
just ran in here right as I unmuted the microphone and scared me, but we are now back, everyone. Thank you for joining me for our second match of the day. This is going to be our last one, unfortunately, as the against Wind and Rain. What is going on with these cats? Alright, hopefully they're all good out there. As Nemiga Gaming gonna go up in their second consecutive series. They've got a doubleheader today. One with Nemiga, or one against previously against our teams who I am drawing a blank on right now. It's gonna be Hope. That's right, they 2-0'd Hope. How could I forget? First game, the Enigma refresher just caught them off, and from there they were able to finish them. And second game was a very nice draft out of Nemiga, actually, for their second one, and they were able to finish in 24 minutes, and they had megas. They were about to end that game. In any case, already underway with the draft, and the Lena Tiny opening out from Nemiga this time. I do like myself a Lena. Our first phase bans are really nothing too new. Working his way into the first phase bans a little bit more against Wind and Rain, as well as against Nemiga, are the Chen and the Coddle, so that's not too surprising. Grimstroke Nakes as well banned out. Of course, Lifestealer going to be pretty strong against the Lesh throughout. There's going to be the Wraith King ban. Interesting decision to ban the Wraith King there. And of course the Void, so no Chronospheres this game.
Facts.
I'm feeling much better this game. I've got myself some fantastic Indian food. Was able to eat just about half of it, but looking forward to devouring the other half. It was Wraith King into the Axe pick. We've seen a lot of Axe over the past few days. In fact, I'm almost certainly he's been 100% contested, either picked or banned, since day 2, I want to say, even. It's another hero. Axe is back, baby. Pick this hero if you want to win your pubs. Another strong hero is going to be, who else has come back in? Just Axe, I suppose. Not just Axe, but Coddle's back too. The armor changes, I think, help him out. They hurt him a bit too, honestly, but they also help him out, because he's not the most high armor hero, so normally if he builds the phase boots, he's got even more base armor that he's able to sustain a little bit more of attacks out from the Lesh, but in any case. Interesting that they banned the Wraith King. Don't get me wrong, there's definitely drafts where a Wraith King is fantastic, but I'm just curious as to why the specific reason they banned it is. There's going to be the Centaur picked up now on Wind and Rain. Still not revealing yet where this Lesh is going. Could be safe lane, could be mid. Definitely going to be a 5 Undying and a 3 Centaur though here for Wind and Rain. Y at the helm drafting for them, and of course Astral for Nemiga. Protector, so it's going to be a 4 Lena. Still have a bit of flexibility there, really, because you can swap the Lena and the Tiny. You can put one of them mid, one of them 4, but 3 Axe for sure. So a nice draft out here from Nemiga, just still allowing a little bit of flexibility as to not get super counter-picked. They have a few different solutions for a variety of things, actually. They got fantastic wave clear. They got pretty good push. This is always something I had talked about, right? The tree volley cooldown is something ridiculous. I think it's still 20 seconds. They did nerf it pretty significantly after post TI, of course, as it was needed. But I'm pretty sure that it's still got a ridiculously short cooldown. The thing that holds you back the most from tree volleying is the tree respawn time, which of course Stream Protector's got that talent at 15. Likes to take the 90 damage, which of course is fantastic, but I think there's a case to be made for the 2-second tree respawn, because that basically guarantees you, except when you're sieging high ground or if you're defending high ground, especially mid lane, there's a distinct lack of trees there for you to use. Top and bottom, of course, you can make use of the trees that spawn close to the barracks, right? But there's a buffer space near the stairs, especially mid lane is going to be very difficult for Tiny to push or hold against. But still, with the 2-second respawn time on the trees, you can kind of, you know, turn it into something like a, I don't know, like a machine gun, like a tiny machine gun. It's like a very scary artillery volley. But Pugna going to be picked for wind and rain. Strong mid laner. Against Tiny, though, I still feel like that's... well, you do have the disarm, though, of course, with the Decrepify, and you can blow him up quite quickly. It's an interesting pick there. Maybe it's a support, though. It could be a 4, Pugna. Still flexible, though. Wind and Rain are going to have to decide, though, because they do not have last pick. It's kind of difficult for you to... I mean, are there very many more 4s or 1s you could pick here? I feel like there's already so many of them here. You know, if it's a terrible Lesh game, you know, you could go for like a 5 Lesh or something. It's not fantastic, but it works, and it's better than dying to Nyx Assassin, for example. Maybe just trying to dissuade them against from going with the OD potentially. Last pick here. Though it doesn't make sense for an OD pick right now, I think, for the Nemiga lineup. Slark the last ban. Yeah, that would be a good last pick here. I think Centaur does not do too well against him. As the Luna. Okay, so it's going to be a Lesh mid, probably a Pugna 4. Well, they could swap it either way, but unfortunately they both kind of suffer from the same drawbacks, a little bit less so on the Pugna side. Has Kunkka been banned? Of course. Literally the first ban that Nemiga made. So then, my voice has been a little bit strained there throughout the draft. I don't know why. Against a Luna. So again, another really strong pushing draft from Wind and Rain. It looks like they were watching that previous game here versus Nemiga. The difference is the sustain is not as high this time on Wind and Rain. Late game, though, this is a fantastic game for Centaur X, because you can just keep fighting. This Undying will be nearly unkillable, to be quite honest. If with the Centaur X, 40% all income damage reduction, I think except pure. Actually, I think it reduces pure damage too. That might be, I think that's wrong. I think nothing reduces pure damage. Hold on, the cats are fighting in the background. We're going to see what this last pick is and make sure that they're okay. Problem with the cats fighting is, to get into that analysis, is that one of them is 6 kilograms and the other one is about 3 kilograms. So it's not a fair contest whatsoever. You know, it's like heavyweight versus welterweight. It's it's not a great fight between those two cats. Luna and Nova, actually, are the names. There's. All right. Just I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Just a lot of background noise here, making sure that they're okay. But Nemiga need to decide here. What's it gonna be? Lycan. The Lycan. Okay. I like the Lycan. Can close the gap on the Luna quite nicely if you can jump on her. She does deal very nicely, though, with all of, like, you know, a Zookeeper Lycan, for example, is something we've seen for sure. It's quite strong. It's going to be a mid-tiny, that, and a 4 Lena. I like her little hat. Looks like she's ready to go to the horse race there. Chosen One on the Axe, Fervian 5 on the Trim Protector, the TP, the toilet paper, of course, and the Trox on the Lycan. Safe lane Lycan it is. Against Y. Nafrit on the Luna, Wish on the Pugna. Wish is their mid laner, so I think it is interesting here. Wish is their mid laner, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just check real quick as I have the page open. Yeah, Wish is definitely their mid laner, so it is going to be a 4 Lesh then. They decided that they picked it up early, but like I said, you can run it in a 4 or a 5. So that means, of course, it's a 5 Undying. Don't even miss me with that question, you know. All right, then. Pretty interesting draft out of both teams. A fair amount of carries. Oh, the Luna, of course, I think might just be able to out-carry a Lycan late game. Plus, by then, I don't know, because both of your 4s are fantastic late game, too. Dream Protector as well as the Tiny. It's close here. Both drafts are particularly strong. I don't really favor one over another. Early on, honestly, like early mid game, it depends, right? Because the problem is if you do what Nemiga did last time here on Wind and Rain, and you decide to go, all right, we're gonna push early. You know, we're gonna go drums on the Luna into a Dragonlance and then try to end the game, right? And then Manta and then blah blah blah, right? Problem is then, I don't know if you want to do that though. I mean, Nemiga have got a pretty good, strong early game draft as well. Lycan's really scary early on. He gets level 6, he turns into a wolf, and then the wolf runs, and the wolf kills you. Essentially, Ring of Bassi on the off-lane Luna for now. Maybe just going for a bit of lane swapping shenanigans, trying to match up, trying to maybe dodge out the axe, presumably here. The Axe of Axe. Lycan does, of course, very good against the Centaur here. Doesn't mind getting up in his face, right-clicking him down. Is quite fast, can dodge the stomp out. Decent, well, 5 armor from the tower, that doesn't count. Just checking something here real quick.
Oh, this is going to be good. Oh, this is going to be good.
Yeah, it's got a nice win rate here, Lycan against the Centaur, so they're not going to try and lane that. Yeah, I don't know, actually. It looks like Nemiga have got a much better early game here. Nice stuns as well.
Lost in the woods, are ya? Lost in the woods, are ya?
Alright, Luna.
Oh, did I do that?
Luna. Check here. Internet problems, it seems like we have here.
Making it worse.
That wasn't too bright.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is two interesting drafts. Lycan. They might be able to outpush them. They don't. I mean, they've got somewhat decent wave clear here with the Lash, but it's a position 4 Lash here. Remember, Wish as well having good wave clear too. I don't know if that's going to be the big issue for them. I think the issue might just be that they might not have enough damage early on. Because Lycan can just... The wolf will run away from a life drain, right? That's not going to be a problem. The decrep slow, I don't think is going to affect him. I think the Lycan, what's it called? The shapeshift just makes him run at that move speed no matter what. Yeah, cannot be slowed, so... It's like, what do you do then, right? You can't... I mean, you can disarm him, I suppose, but he still is running around. Maybe this is... Oh, no, you don't want to put all your eggs into the magic damage basket either, though.
I'm really freaking out.
Bit of a longer disconnect here. Stretch out the back. Get ready for our second match. Very important one this is, actually, for the OMG Cup, sponsored by OMG.bet, of course. Shoutouts to them for being the title sponsor. Check out their site, show some support for them, but very important, as this is going to decide who moves on into the playoffs. Nemiga actually here, I think, have secured themselves first seed already. Let me take a look at this, right? 6 points. Wind and Rain could have 7. That's not quite right. No, certainly not. Yeah. So Nemiga currently lead the group at 6. They have yet to drop a game, so they're 4-0 in terms of series or match score. Hope 4-3. They're all done. They've all played their 3 matches here and have 5 points. And Wind and Rain so far just behind with 4 points. They're 1-1 here, so this is going to be their most important game. A 2-1 victory would put them at 7 points, if I'm not mistaken. You get 3 points for a clean sweep. A 2-1 victory here for Wind and Rain would put them at 6, which would put both Nemiga and Wind and Rain through. But if Nemiga 2-1 them, Let's see, what was the Hope and Wind and Rain? What was there? They were first. Hope did 2-1 them. So Wind and Rain can't even get 2-1 here. Otherwise, I think they lose. So I think they need a 2. They need to win, basically. They need to win the series, I believe. Otherwise, I think they're not going to be going to playoffs. And Nemiga have, I think no matter what, they're at least going into playoffs. They've clinched a playoff slot. It's just between Hope and Wind and Rain to see who will move on.
Likes this very much.
Because, because 3 points, Wind and Rain from 2-0 puts him at 7, and Nemiga still at 6, Hope at 5. Because Hope can gain no points. Yeah, Wind and Rain need to win, essentially, if they want to go to the playoffs. So, Nemiga can just kind of ruin their tournament here a bit, potentially, and send them home, send them packing, and allow Hope to come through. Of course, they're going to be playing for the first seed, though, because Wind and Rain, if they win, will snatch first seed away from Nemiga as well. Yeah, I believe if there's going to be a tie in terms of points, I don't know this. There very well could be. But you could, if whatever the tiebreaker rules are, I don't have them here in front of me. They're not on the Liquipedia. There might just be, it might just be head to head, of which, of course, this is always my favorite thing I see the CIS and EU players do. There we go, just getting a bit of time in there. I believe it might just go to head results because they are best of 3s. They're not best of 2s in the group stages. So as a result of that, I think Hope would have the edge over Wind and Rain should they leave with the same amount of points. But yeah, still just have to create some space here as the caster, as they light up that mini map there. Look at that! Look at them go! Just trying to keep the, you got to keep your hands hot. It's like, but unironically, it's like pianists. They pour hot water on their hands sometimes. Not like steaming water out of a kettle, of course. Don't be silly. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that the Askamani ended up leaving the tournaments. They withdrew here just yesterday, unfortunately, because they could have also made quite a big difference here. They lost their first game and. Yeah, they forfeited the other 2. Yeah, so essentially, Wind and Rain, they need to win. 2 points. They need 2 points, right? And the only way you get 2 points is by winning the overall match. So, as you can see, Wind and Rain in the chat with the bless RNG, supporting the team. We'll see if they're able to do it. Oh my goodness, we've got a game of Dota, everyone. Holy cow. It was a long pause. Thanks for sticking through it. I was about to, it's not like I had a stand-up routine or anything ready for you guys. Don't be silly. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see. So Track's heading top lane then. They're going to be playing a bit of musical lanes here early on. They don't really want the Centaur against the Lycan.
That wasn't too bright.
Just check in. One more thing, although I should have done this, during the long pause we had. The DDoS unsuccessful. It's a joke, obviously. There's no DDoS here. Alright, in we go then. And a split runes 2 for 2 again, as Wind and Rain will get the top 2. Nemiga already snagging these bottom 2. I am curious. I mean, I guess Lycan's just much a strong laner here, but I am curious as to why the Centaur suffers against the Lycan. I don't know off the top of my head, to be quite honest, because out come the wolves already. What are these wolves doing here? Oh, blocking the creep wave, it appears. There's 3 heroes top lane now against the Tracks. beginning to burn off the strength as Boogie will be down bot lane. Not too many matches played there in that data, and of course it's pub data, but still it's Centaur, or rather Lycan against Centaur has a 59% win rate in pubs in the past week, which is pretty good. I mean, sample size of 1,400 matches, soon to be 1,401 here after this. We'll see. Got a very strong tri-lane down here against Boogie, who doesn't even have a quelling. He can't even get to the shop yet, because he's just going to watch the Chosen One punch creep to death here with his bare fists. Zitrax as well going to be not having such a fantastic time, as of course Nefrit's... oh goodness, actually, he's actually going to be pulling the creep wave here, trying to stack with the Wolves just completely in micro mode. As he's got no use standing too close to the wave. He can't really do too much. He will just die. Trying to force the Luna to CS under the tower there, as the Wolf will finally die and get his creep under the tower. That's well played, actually. That's a way he can actually try and make use of his advantage there. Mainly heroes much better at CSing under tower, mostly because they can use, of course, that Quelling Blade. And, well, this guy does a whole lot of base damage, too. So Quelling will be acquired now, as... so far, pretty calm. Let's check mid lane, as rotating bot eventually will be the Lesh. Wish thus far just about even here with the Tiny. Down in 1 compared to the 7 and 2. So no one's going to be able to get that range creep. It's always one of my favorite things. It's if I can't get this range creep, then no one can. They just make the CS impossible. Speaking of impossible CS, Boogie at least with 5, but he's going to get harassed almost instantly out by the Train Protector as soon as he gets even closer. Now mid lane, though, in a bit of trouble is going to be Astral trying to rotate through against Wind and Rain. But Nikwa is there, able to connect on the level 1 Split Earth. Well done. Top lane now, Y with the supporting Zitrix now. 12 strength stolen, soon to be 16. Nope, doesn't want to go for it. Would have been more, actually. Would have been 20. The disarm's certainly very annoying, but you gotta time it really well, because Tiny, of course, still does about an insane amount of damage. It's about a bajillion here in the lane stage, if my pencil math is correct. It's now Fervian. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, that was the server. That was not me. I had to look over and make sure we were all good. No red lights on OBS, though. But a red light for Fervian as Nefert to get the kill there. It's a level 2 Lucent Beam. So you might be going for a max Lucent Beam build. So this could be an early push, an early fight, Luna. Generally, I mean, you don't get glaives too early on, mostly because they mess up with your CS, but mostly you get levels in the Lunar Blessing. At least you max that over the beam. We shall see. Just a stun out from the trees onto the Chosen One, who will then spin twice in return. And what an alpha. He just T-poses and throws his fists around with the counter helix. That's hilarious. So tracks then into the jungle, as Y will be bullying him quite a bit, giving a free lane to Nefrit up top lane here. So far, so good for Wind and Rain. 2 kills to them, 2 kills rather early on. As again, another good start. Wish gonna find a DD rune here. Would have been quite nice for the Tiny, who has his bottle at the ready. However, might have a bit of an engagement here. Nikwa not getting too close. The toss throwing up and down Wish, and with that DD rune, just cutting through that Lena. That's weird. He already missed up. I guess he stepped off the stairs there. I was like, how is that a miss? He's uphill miss? Question mark. I always thought that was really funny, actually. Just the fact that you can uphill miss on really slow projectiles. It's an interesting mechanic, of course, made to try and make mid lane and sieging high ground a bit stronger, but like it's got some interesting side effects like that, where it's like that wouldn't have mattered too much really either way, but it's just funny. Nemiga will grab 2 runes, Wind and Rain again, top 2 runes. So they've decided whose runes are whose. Or whom's runes are whom's, I guess. Wish now level 5 at least, compared to the level 6 now in Tiny, so it's going to be the first level in Grow, but nearly level 6 here. We'll get it here with this wave as well. Down bottom, 2 heroes making their way against Boogie, who is now able to see us a bit more comfortably as Chosen and Astral cutting the waves, but Boogie dealing quite well with this. We'll rotate top now instead. Tombstone drops, trying to find Fervian. Looks like they've got an idea of where he is. They do have a sentry ward, which will explain it. Maybe he was just standing in there. They're going to commit now for the tower here. 2 levels on the Edict early on, and onto the Luna they go. Wow, Chosen one running through as well. They do have a Tombstone here. I believe it's only level 1. Yeah, it's a level 1 Tombstone, so not too much of a slow, and gives a bit of a nice chunk of change to, I believe that was the Chosen one as well. So they go for an early tower push here, minute 6 with the first catapults, but they don't actually get anything. Nothing quite yet. As Boogie will continue to see us now quite comfortably. 30 and 0. He's not going to find too many denies, as should be axed for the most part, cutting the waves. Nikwa now rotating through mid lane. Will get caught. Nemiga will at least get their first kill here in the match. 6 minutes in. Like I said, pretty calm. Axe now top for now, just continuing to push the wave probably. Centaur, this Centaur skin almost makes him look like Coddle for some reason. It's gotta be the beard, I imagine. And the horns, obviously. Everyone knows Coddle for his famous horns. There's gonna be a stampede as they go into bottom lane. They're gonna drop the wolves here, but Wish nearby, along with Nikwa, is a very easy setup there. So now as the Track's having a pretty rough time in this game thus far. Not found too much CS. 25 and 2. He's going to be trailing all of the cores. They'll be going for a tier 1 now. They do push quite quickly though, of course, with the Pugna, with the Lush, with the Luna. This team not pushing nearly as fast until Tiny is much stronger here. As they're going to make a play now onto Wish. Nice TP through. The LSA will connect. Toss. Not quite yet enough, but the Roots will provide the necessary lockdown. Maybe looking to turn now, so they will drop the Tombstone. Astral trying to focus on it, but will get stunned up. Nikwa from behind rotating through as well. We'll find one more. Living Armor. Likely not to save Melvigil here too much. Careful though, you do eat these Edict explosions here, just unless, regardless or not actually, of the vision, as he's going to go ahead and eat a tree, try and continue the juke here, creating a bit of space for the Lycan at the very least. Actually, we'll get a kill out of it too, as he will get the kill onto the position 5, but Nikwa dispatching of the Tiny at last. Space for Zatrax though, he's now level 6, so significantly stronger here, 3 levels in the Wolves. So they are now capable of scouting. Wait, no, level 4 Wolves, right? Yeah. Silly me. Level 3 is the cripple. Bot lane Boogie continuing to farm. Looks like just straight Vanguard here before the Blink Dagger. Barely having enough gold for that, but with the Ring of Health, he is looking quite healthy indeed. Going to be pretty good against the Lina, especially good against the Tiny, good against the Lycan for sure, but won't have a big effect on the counter Helix perhaps, which could be the biggest downfall here. As well as, here we go, I think I've heard a shapeshift indeed. Tombstone again getting dropped, but still only a level 2 Tombstone now, so there's going to be the Stampede now. Wish trying to escape, but Zatrax just as fast. Now trying to turn, does have that bit of damage with a dunk out of the Chosen on the life drain, not enough. And now Nikwa in a bit of trouble. Fate's Edict is activated. The second dunk out of the Chosen one now. As Nemiga begin to turn this draft around a little bit here, might actually be able to get a tower. But still, no Luna in this fight, so it's a 5v4. And we've seen now, 3 dunks. Ooh, baby, a triple. Rotation top now. Onto Nefrit they go, putting down the GG branch. Run for your life, Nefrit. It's always going to be a little bit scary to see. Top 10 scariest sights in Dota 2, honestly. Just a random GG branch when there's a Train Protector on the other team. It's gonna get stunned up here a bit. Has maxed the Lucent Beam. Straight Lucent Beam at level 7 here. So, ready to fight potentially. No levels, well, 1 level each in the base abilities, obviously. As maybe now we'll go for the axe. They do have Eclipse ready, but the creep waves coming nearby. Axe is actually quite fast here. I believe he's got phase boots already. Yeah, 424, so he's faster even than the Luna. Unsurprising, but Luna is one of the faster ranged cores in the game. Besides, of course, the ENG and this little green monster right here. And Coddle, but he's not a core. Doesn't count. 3 top lane now, so maybe now they're looking to get this tower. They have living armor here, and they put 3 levels into it, so he's focusing the living armor, trying to keep the tower alive as long as possible. Tombstone committed once again as they want to get this tower. Now they'll finally get it. That must be an Edict level 3 here, just standing in the trees. Maxed Edict, I'm sorry. So, Wind and Rain looking to push here early on, push their advantage. They're doing a good job thus far. Finally getting a second tier 1 tower, keeping theirs alive. Against the Tree Protector is going to be the notable part there, of course. Good damage here onto them. Let's see. Luna, now more levels in the glaives here, is going to be going for the Yasha over like the drums build, so not quite full all out early in. They're not going to go all in. They've gotten a decent start, and Nemiga have gotten a fight or two that's gone their way, however. So they're able to even up the kill score at 6 each. Just about 12 minutes in now. Boogie closing in on the Blink Dagger as well. Mellow Jewel not too far off the Blink Dagger, so he's going to have that in just about another creep wave if he's able to get all that CS there. Just continuing to break trees. Doesn't... Oh, that's to, of course, get a bit better vision there with that ward. We haven't seen Lycan in a while. He's got himself now the full helm. Has gone brown boots, interestingly enough. You don't always see that on a Lycan. As here's going to be a bit of counter push out of him. No levels in the Howl, but 3 in the aura here for him. Yeah, Feral Impulse. And nope, that's going to be a tier 1 down. No contestations there whatsoever. So finally the first tower down now in favor of Nemiga. After 2 of theirs will fall early on. And we're just about evenly matched in terms of net worth as well. The track's getting scouted here by Boogie. There's going to be the Stampede. They're going to commit again here. The disarm into the stun. The life drain. Going to get canceled there. I believe that was the stomp out of the Centaur War Runner. Very nicely done there. There's, Centaur's little cousin says, I can do that too. It's like when you're watching Dexter. Here's my early game analogy. We get 1 a game. It's like when you're watching Dexter's Laboratory as a child, and Dee Dee somehow gets in there and she just messes everything up. That's exactly what happened there to the Centaur. Not really. You could see it though. You could see it. You know the episode with the red button. We all know the one episode. But that's a big. It's a big. First of all, nicely played there by Zitrax, able to cancel out the life drain, of course. Nice micro by him. But finally, he doesn't die, which is quite notable because he's able to finally overtake now Boogie in terms of net worth. That would have gotten him even closer to the Blink Dagger. They waste the Stampede as well, as Fervian will be ticking down to this. Pulse Nova activated as well. Pulse Nova only hits you if you've actually got vision, but Edict doesn't really care all that much. Surprised he didn't really go for that kill. Maybe he didn't know how low Fervian was. Blink Dagger now on Tiny. Could have the Blink reveal soon. He's not going to get a chance, though, as that Observer Ward will scout it out. They've got so many wards down, actually, on both sides. Not going to quite scout out that smoke, though. This ward not quite yet providing the vision necessary for it. So they might just be able to get the jump here onto Nefrit. Level 3 has the Yasha. Nearly enough money as in they go. Is there a Blink Dagger on Axe? You bet your bottom dollar. In they jump here. Most likely a dead Luna. TP's coming through, but it's too late. Mellow Jewel getting a big kill there. That's a fantastic pick. And the worst part about that is she feels confident, and rightfully so. They've got great wards down. Look at all the wards there in favor of Wind and Rain. Hold that thought. We've got a bit of a fight breaking out here. My goodness. Why? At least getting the Tombstone out. And a Soul Rip actually buying a bit of time, but now not quite able to dunk the what's his name? My goodness, no! No, I forgot the hero's name! It's Pugna! They got the Pugna! They dunked the Pugna! They're gonna get more wide, creating a whole lot of space there. They're able to get the kill onto Tiny, but it's still not enough. As the Chosen One canceling the Culling Blade will eventually let it loose here, and let it loose indeed. Nearly getting a second one. A double kill now for Zitrix. They're gonna get... Again, that's not a core Lesh, but essentially they went immediately after a smoke into a fight here against Wind and Rain. Just checking something here. Okay, we're all good to go. Time to never forget the name of Pugna again. I don't know why. I was like, little green skeleton man. Like, just, it wouldn't come. Would not come to me. Alright. And they go down. They're going to be pushing here. They know there's going to be no shapeshift, so they do have themselves a bit of an advantage. No overgrowth either, nor Laguna Blade is actually back up, of course, having a bit of a shorter cooldown. Committing the Tombstone now. Maxing the Tombstone here, level 4. This is going to be the old Undying build. The Decrepify as well out to Tombstone actually does work. So they're able to make sure that they can get a really long duration Tombstone here. Nearly securing it. Level 4 Living Armor going to buy themselves a bit more time, but the Chosen One not able to blink in, nor is Mellow Jewel, as that Tombstone finally taken out, but just as the tower falls as well. They're gonna make another jump. There's the Blink Dagger now. They've caught Boogie. Another dunk. There, this dual Blink Dagger squad is really scary. They've got themselves actually a full pipe. It looks like he had 2 queued up there for some reason in his quick buy. Warrior just delivering some wards here. Real quick before these wards expire, the fantastic vision out early from Wind and Rain. It's all going to be pretty centralized in this area where the Luna's been free to farm. That's why they probably prioritize getting that tower so early. But you can see 4 wards early on, defensive, a bit aggressively as well, scouting out any rotations, but still one nicely placed smoke gank, and they're able to find that kill. And a tier 2 as well now, especially with the Lycan pushing very early on. You might continue going as well here, as they're feeling quite confident. Tier 2 will be siege as well, but there's a call onto 1 here. They've caught Boogie, maybe trying to nuke him down before the stomp. The Stampede at least. There's a stomp from his cousin, the Centaur. Laguna Blade still not enough. Now Luna in the back line. She's used all her spells at least, so she's dead. Now there's going to be the Eclipse. First Eclipse we've seen in quite some time. Trying to break vision. You only hit these if you've got the vision. Now Nemiga going to get stunned up. Trees broken. Fervian going for the TP out. It will be the Chosen One and Lena both dying here. Meanwhile, top lanes, the tracks will be able to defend. Got a bit aggressive there. Don't actually end up getting anything, but I do like that early bit of aggression. Centaur's able to tank up quite nicely over, though. Nicely done to him. As wow, Luna nearly dying here. In fact, they're going to get a revenge kill. Maybe not, actually. They've committed the Tombstone here onto Mellow Jewel, so that Blink Dagger is going to get canceled. Laguna Blade likely to seal his fate, as he literally disappears off the map with the Nether Blast. Nice spectator bug there. Alright, Wind and Rain able to hold it out. Might actually go for a smoke play here as well, looking like they're grouped up for one. Indeed, as 3 there, going to go into the enemy jungle. They've got fantastic vision here. I believe this one might have gotten dewarded, and has. Fervian dewarding that one, but they know where the Lycan is. They don't have a Stampede quite yet. Life Drain is ready, though. Why? Smoke will break here. The Wolves will scout him out. As in goes to Centaur Conqueror. Now, Wish with the Blink Dagger getting aggressive. We blink forward there. The Hoof Stomp LSA to connect onto the Centaur, though, as the Howl comes through. Beautiful call now onto 1, but he's gotten the neutral creeps as well. Pugna now dead. Why? Looking to TP out. The root is there, however, from the Tree Protector into the Centaur Conqueror. A stun, killing Y2. As Boogie has been able to escape. Stampede now at the ready if needed, but Nikwa not yet in that smoke gank, so he is able to escape. Breaking some trees, actually. I don't think Zitrax saw that one yet, so should be able to escape then. But again, Nemiga going to keep up the pressure here. Boogie, as well as Nikwa, still there. They're going to be trying to cut the wave here, but it won't really matter against the tier 1 tower here, especially with this Lycan. My goodness. There used to be a tower there, by the way. It's only level 1 Necro Book, too. Smoking up again are going to be Nemiga. They see the Luna farming bot lane. It's 20-minute rune time. She's got a full Manta style, but just use it off cooldown now for a bit longer. Oh, goodness. If they can find this kill, that's going to be massive. Indeed, they've caught her now. Tree Protector, or Tiny, just blinking just a little bit there to get in a better position. The LSA and the dunk. So not able to save her, even with the Stampede committed, as the tips come out. The chosen one. He's gotten 6 kills. I'm pretty sure they've all been dunks. Pretty sure they've all been dunks. Fantastic kill there, despite having the completed Manta style. Not even BKB really going to save you against the Axe Call there, so they might be able to actually chain stun. Actually, likely not, because the deficiency with Tiny is that because Avalanche mini stuns the way it does, you're going to probably be able to get off a pretty nice BKB, a cheeky, breaky BKB in between the middle. So you'll be mostly okay. As long as he messes up the toss combo, you can almost guarantee that you'll be fine. It's a bit spooky though now. 2k net worth lead for Nemiga now. Fervian scouting, trying to find whatever he can. Level 10 now has taken the living armor block instances. I think it's well worth it this game. +2, not a whole lot. Especially when there's, you know, like a Luna, a Pugna, plenty of heroes that do like, and a Lesh, of course, that do like plenty of damage instances that are going to be basically countered by this. But it's good against the tower, or with your towers rather. He's able to keep them up to mostly full HP as we take a look around at the tier 2s. Likely to heal up bottom here, I'd imagine, quite soon. Speaking of bottom, pushing quite far is going to be Astral, as that's going to be already the Echo Saber on Tiny. He's gone Echo Saber, Blink, Phase Boots, Bottle, now into the Ags, into Daedalus. No defensive items for him. Not quite yet, anyway, besides, I guess, the Bottles. There's Luna, this time, TPing out as to not get caught by a Rogue Axe. 5 heroes now together for Nemiga. They might be going for a smoke play. Yeah, indeed they are. They haven't caught the Tiny with it though. Maybe just trying to bait out the Tiny top lane. It's not really yet near rune time, but they could find themselves a few heroes here. Have they got vision? No, not even. They're just being very aggressive. Like to see it. Smoke will break onto one though. It's like, actually no, they're not going to spot Nemiga, but there's going to be the call here onto Boogie, drawing him a bit closer. Now the shapeshift. I don't think they really want to fight this. Maybe they do now. Melodule blinking down from the high ground there. Nearly able to nuke him down. Laguna Blade will do the trick. Overgrowth now. Canceling out the Stampede, which does come out, burning off most of that duration, not allowing the engage. His Tombstone Hover still alive, causing a bit of trouble. Now Astral making quick work of it, though. But that Decrepify Tombstone is making this so annoying. Look at all of the zombies stacked up now onto Astral, let alone the rest of the team. That's an easy kill onto the Luna, but they're going to jump in now, buy him back on this Lena. Blade Mail revealed on the Axe as BKB now on Nephrit, turning and fighting. Has 4 levels now, just about everything. The Eclipse now 2, trying to keep alive Mellow Jewel here, but they've only got vision on 1. The call coming back, not going to quite catch him. The Avalanche will be Manta dodged a little bit there, allowing him to escape undying. Now Decrepified slowly will take down. I'm surprised there's not a dunk. Ooh, little cheeky bit of soul rip there, but now Wish. So fast, this man, dodging out nearly all the spells, gets the Blink Dagger out. No one actually attacked him. You don't have a call here either. The Avalanche will connect onto him, though. The dunk's going to be off the cooldown. Calling just to make sure he eventually dies, but my goodness, all of that for just 2 kills. 3 kills, really. Ooh. All right. Into Rush they go now. You don't have Stampede, you don't have Eclipse anymore, and that 10-second BKB surely on cooldown now. So that's a beautiful jump now by the Chosen One into the LSA here onto Luna. You still don't have the dunk, though, as the Laguna Blade is ready, though. That's going to be enough damage. Essentially dunking her, I suppose, if you think about it. Now, Y trying to escape here. The Tombstone getting focused on. The Yule Scepter onto the Tiny, able to kill off those zombies as Y still alive here. Finally, with one final kick, down he goes. The Chosen One will be able to catch him. They've been kited out quite far here, so actually they haven't finished off Roshan. They wanted more kills, and they've got one here onto the Luna, perhaps the biggest one they could have asked for. No BKB, she tries to re-engage, and, well, in goes the counter Helix there. As you can proc counter Helix with every single Moonblade bounce as well. Yule Scepter on Lesh makes his setup a bit easier, but it's level 3 Necro Book here already. Power Treads and Tiny regenerating up a bit. They don't do Roche too quickly, though, in case that's not apparent. In fact, Wind and Rain can come contested again if they really want to. I don't know if they... I mean, surely they know. I mean, now they know for sure, because they've got a ward here sitting there, so they've seen how much HP Roche has, and they go, really? The British organization spitting out their crumpets and tea? It's a joke, obviously, but now going for the wraparound play here. They spot Nefert again, but jumping instead onto Y, trying to make sure they can kill him off before. Beautiful stun onto 2 out from Boogie. Here comes the damage from Nefert BKB as well as the Eclipse. The dunk is there, but he's going to have that buyback nearly instantly. Overgrowth to try and hold him back here through the BKB of the Luna, buying themselves a bit of time as Boogie jumping forward has committed the Stampede. Oh my goodness, Lycan's in a bit too deep here, in a bit of trouble, and he's slowed down by zombies as well. Wish dispatching of the Wolf. Well, they committed a buyback for this though on the Undying, and they've gotten 1 kill out of it. This death recap's a bit wonky here, but a big kill. So well worth it. "26 minutes now. Ags just about half, a little bit more than halfway completed on the Tiny. As we have another pause. Stunning up here. They do rush a bit faster here thanks to Nefrit. BKB. Next will be the Butterfly. They might have a bit of trouble with that, but the Tree Volley could potentially just nuke down Luna. She's not the tankiest, and of course that Tree Volley will be going through that BKB. Tree Toss, of course, as it's just physical damage. Check on something here. Aegis is going to be here onto the Luna, though. It's going to be a fantastic item for them this game. Of course, when isn't Aegis a good item, though? That's kind of a silly... Like, yes, thank you, John Madden. Touchdowns do help you win the game. But Aegis is going to really help out a bit here. They can finish off, hopefully, a tier 2. The lanes are all kind of pushed out as well. Thanks to Zitrax pushing quite hard, going for that AC next. No Ags this game. Luna makes it a bit hard to justify the purchase. I do like Ags on the Lycan, but on against teams with this grade of wave clear, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But you can already see how far the lanes are pushed thanks to just this Lycan alone. Gotten a tier 2, just a tower advantage in favor. Of Nemiga. Mid tower pushing as well. They don't actually have any way to regenerate these towers, unlike Nemiga does either on the side of Wind and Rain. Making it a little bit scary. I think Undying now knows he's in trouble, will pop that Flesh Golem. It's a very strong ability now. It always has been, of course, but they're happy to not fight around it. That damage amplification and the health loss per second, the slow, yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, they buffed it by 2%. So you can't actually die to it, unlike the Necro aura, right? But the more HP you are, the more damage it does here, as Tiny slowly but surely now about to complete this Blink, the Aghanim Scepter. Just needs another camp or 2. Just 1 good camp here. And he'll have the courier flying out to him. So you should send it here to the secret shop, though. Waiting for these camps to respawn to tracks. Don't you dare block this camp! Oh, don't you do it! Alright, he's safe. He's safe. Don't report him. He's good, boys. He's clean. Again, great vision out from Wind and Rain, placing down these very aggressive wards. Gonna be able to scout out a lot of movement here on the side of Nemiga. As in they jump there. Ooh, my goodness! Luna Blade instantly nuking down the Lesh. He did not get off. Wow, is Axe really gonna be able to TP out? That's incredible. I actually don't believe that. They get a kill on basically a 4 for a 4, right? But you commit a lot more on the side of Wind and Rain. No BKB at least, but Eclipse is now going to be down. They didn't have the damage to go through the Axe, and Stampede notably as well. Down bot lane, they continue to push here. Level 15 talent, not yet. Take the tree, respawn talent. Give them an unlimited ammunition belt for the Tiny Ags. Here it is. It's complete. The Tree Volley pierces spell immunity. 15 seconds. It's not even 20 seconds. No. You give him that 15 seconds. It's gonna be fantastic. Of course, with the Echo Saber does apply movement slow to everyone hit by the trees as well, so it could be super strong. Not even a Luna really gonna be able to tank up that much damage, especially once this Daedalus gets completed. I think he's just got it. He's got 2 queued up actually. No BKB, straight into the second Daedalus. He's up 2. That could have been a mistake there, just double clicking on some things, as some people are known to do. Is the tower still under siege here? Backdoor protection, not able to save it, as the creeps were coming anyway. They'll get a tower, and they know no one's contesting it either, because again, the vision out from Wind and Rain is fantastic this game. Good vision as well from Nemiga, don't get me wrong. This is a good ward. Scott's on anyone moving out in the river, but I think we just caught him at an awkward time there. We don't have a lot of wards on the map. Boogie's completed now, the Crimson Guard. Hey, that's a good item against Luna. You should build one. Axe. And you know what? Not yet, he says. Not yet. I like the Blade Mail more. Have her do way more damage against me. Of course, Blade Mail only does damage, or only returns damage that you actually receive, right? So after reductions, it doesn't. It's like lifesteal. So you can't. You don't lifesteal your total damage output, right? You damage the amount of HP you actually take, which is why lifesteal is, for example, worthless against someone who is like shallow graves, right? Because they're gonna be, and whatever, he's at 1 HP. Let's just say it's gonna be worthless because you don't actually steal any HP. It's life steal. If they got nothing to steal, how are you gonna steal it? It's not like they can take out like an HP loan. I mean, maybe they can, because I guess that would be like Oracle's ulti. We're getting pretty deep into it. Let's just, I don't even remember what the original point is. But that's Aegis being reclaimed anyway, as onto the tier 2s they go. Nephrid gonna make pretty quick work with this, thanks especially, my god, yeah, watch out. Holy cow. There goes the creep wave. But yeah, that tier 2, dead. Level 4 phase leader. Good positioning out from the Lesh to ensure that all of the explosions are actually hitting that tower. Level 16 on him now. Yeah, anyway, I remembered the whole reason, you know, Blade Mail is so that the more damage they do to you, the more damage you return, right? So if you reduce the damage they're actually doing, then it's not that good. As Boogie here, just chilling. He's got a medallion as well as a gem of true sight here, so not even the treant is safe anymore. Crystallis up on the Tiny now has bought out, as has the Axe actually. He's going to have his 10-second BKB. Now they're going to make the jump onto 2. Did not get his BKB off though, but in comes the tree volley. Oh, he's decrepified though, so none of that damage is actually going to be applied here. And they have so many ways of canceling Blink Daggers. Tombstone, Nether Ward. I mean, just those two, but those are great. Those are fantastic. How's our Axe doing here? Is he taking the move speed talent? No, he hasn't. I always like axes that take the move speed talent. I think it's funny. They're going for the D ward here. There we go. Get that taken out. As they do have a Tinker Ward up here. It's an interesting spot for a Tinker Ward, but it's going to be quite effective this game, actually, as they know that's where Nick was going to be here, up in the side jungle here, breaking some trees. Now they could potentially get a fantastic jump here. They've got great intel, though. No Fortify is available. There's going to be the Shapeshift in the jump, as they get the call onto one, the Laguna Blade as well, after the Crepify into the LSA, trying to keep the Luna alive. Not a chance. I think she BKB'd, but the dunk is there. The Undying scattered out as well. Lesh pumping in the damage with the Pulse Normal and the Edict. Finally, the Undying has fallen. Now Nikwa knows, they've got a ward here. We've been got, boys, but it's all over here. Nemiga able to get 3 kills there, maybe even more as they continue to chase. Boogie, I didn't even look at where Zatrax was that entire fight. He was just making sure, wow, that man died immediately. He was making sure there was no counter engage there, but fantastic ward there. Such a value ward, able to take that fight. Vision really does win games, by the way, in case it's not apparent. Show me the fight recap, please. Alright, we're not gonna get to see it. Luna actually having purchased and bought out for a Satanic here, so this could potentially be really dangerous. It's only 30 minutes into the game, so her buyback, or I'm sorry, her death timer is not super long, but there's going to be an aggressive jump. They've caught the Pugna, despite the Nether Ward coming out, and that's going to trigger a second BKB now off Boogie. He's got no Stampede, though. Tombstone, I think, has been dropped as well, or is that just on cooldown? No, it has been dropped. It must have. I must have just killed it immediately then. So with that, Nemiga will go ahead and back off, collect some 35-minute bounty runes, and make sure those buybacks are wasted, essentially. Yeah, tombstone in between the tier 2s, the tier 4s rather. That's one. No, not quite. He needs a bit more gold on Tiny for the first Daedalus. Yeah, he needs to get the Demon Edge first. But he's close. That's Tiny. He's close. And now has it. I think it's 2250. No one's saving for buyback. 2200. Well, specifically the cores, I guess. Is he not gonna go for it? He's got it. Oh, it's on the courier then. Alright, well, he's bought out. As you can see, this attack speed, you know, pretty fantastic thanks to the 10... you know, the 10 attack speed he gets from the agility. So that's pretty great. His attack speed is, I think, 1 every 1.5 seconds, essentially. That's awesome. But then Echo Saber, of course, essentially having it. At least, well, not really, but every so often. Let's be honest. You don't buy Daedalus for Tiny's right-click damage. You buy it for the tree volley. And that's why you see it in that order. And he is ready to go. The tree talent is the 2-second tree respawn time. You have no idea how many times I've, you know, theory crafted this in my head only to get laughed at by my co-caster. But here it is. It's happening. It's live. And we're in for it now is Nemiga. We're gonna get them seeing a bit of damage. Here we go. First tree volley. In it goes. Not too much damage quite yet. That was a little bit underwhelming, but the tree's respawning. He's gonna have another one quite soon. As Undying actually was decrepified, so that's gonna make the difference. As the Wolves creating a bit of a buffer space now. BKB now onto the Chosen One, focusing on the Tombstone. As Mellow Jewel looking for the tree volley. There it is, applying the slow, but again, the decrepify just absolutely ruined their team fight. Now Luna with the BKB, and now the Satanic looking to turn. You got another tree volley in a little bit of time. He's actually swapped in the bottle here just to make sure he's got the mana. But I think we're going to be calm for now, but please. My expectation. They're teasing me with this. Just you wait. It's going to be like 10, 15 more minutes, and then we're going to have like a tree volley rampage. It's going to be ridiculous. They're just kind of getting demolished right now. Wish, to his credit, playing out of his mind with these decrepifies. He's always just on to the right person. Unfortunately, last time on the Luna, got a bit unlucky. Maybe, I mean, what else could you have done? Actually, they've just got a plethora of magic damage as well, especially with this Aghanim Scepter now on the Lina. Makes her very scary. 14% spell amp, pure damage, cutting through everyone. So in they go now, continuing. They don't have BKB on Luna. 15 more seconds. That is going to be the butterfly, though. I don't believe these tree volleys can miss. I think they just do the damage, yeah, to the entire area. All right, so that's a pretty good counter to butterfly. Who needs detection when you can just throw a tree at them, lol? Who will cross the river first, though, is the Chosen One standing nearby, likely to break the smoke here, not making the jump, as instead they're going to jump onto him. He's quite a tanky boy, does have the BKB, the Blink Dagger at the ready, into the Splitter if he goes. Nefrit ready to pump in this damage onto him. They're still just chilling for now. On to the Netherworld they go, decrepifying that up real quick as Nefrit trying to make do here of the Zookeeper like. And I'm not sure you really want to fight here if you're Nemiga. Is this game still not over yet? 13 to 24. Only a 4K net worth lead here for Nemiga, despite a plethora of buybacks here. Tiny without his, though, speaking of. Let's actually sort this so that it makes sense. Wounded Rain here on top, lacking buyback on 2. Pugna about to have it here. With that, CS will now have buyback on 3. Tiny still a bit off of his, and Zatrax lacking it as well. In they go now. Wind and Rain had managed to take this one pretty late as jumping forward. Mellow Jewel here, a second Netherward placed down, makes it just unideal to fight, but Boogie jumping forward with the Blink Dagger. They might be able to catch the Tiny here. Instead, the counter initiation from the Chosen One. They've caught 2, they've caught Nefrit with the counter initiation. They're being able to save him now. There is going to be the BKB, nullifying essentially this Eclipse as they're going to continue to make the jump. Watch out for that tree volley, look at the damage! They're going to be able to decrep and escape with the Stampede. And my goodness, look at that. He's all, come at me again. All the trees are back, by the way. Oh, that's fantastic. I'm loving this. I am loving this. As on to Axe they go, the tree volley to make sure no one chases him. Oh, by the way, the trees are back again. Here you go. Man, the trees grow back so quickly after just being demolished and picked up, literally uprooted and yeeted by Tiny, and they're so eager to just get picked up again. It's like these freaking cats, like they'll jump on the desk just so that you touch them, so that you pick them up and put them back on the ground, and I swear the cat's already purring by the time you put your hands on it. It's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. No buyback still on the Undyings. Again, these choke point fights are really risky for both teams, as there's going to be another ward placed down. Again, no one really wants to be fighting around Roche, as there's going to be the jump. Axe wants to fight. He's going to touch Boogie. That BKB damage. Oh, not enough. They're going to be able to cancel the tree volley and possibly save the left. There's a decrep fight. Not enough damage through the dunk, actually. The LSA will finish off Boogie. No buyback there. And now Nikwa getting ran down here by the Lycan Wolf. Let's look here. Now Luna could be potentially in a bit of trouble. She's already used her Satanic and BKB. There's the tree volley onto her. Nikwa will get ran down. Now onto Luna we go, getting taunted up, but taunted as well as the axe. And they have plenty of damage now for the Luna. I didn't even know if that was tree volley or not. I think it's safe to assume, yes, it was. Could open this game wide open for these guys here. Is again here. Thank you for your service. Come again. Buying back is going to be Luna. She's got no BKB at least. Satanic is at the ready again. She's quite farmed, going straight for that Eye of Scotty, as finally the first tier 3 will fall in this game. Didn't expect it to be this late against teams with this much push on either side. No Boogie though for 30 seconds. He's not bought back. I'm not sure if they know. They might know. They've got at least a minute here if they've done their time in here. And they go now. They're doing this a bit quicker thanks to the Howl. The scan will confirm that yes, they are doing Roshan, but the Luna Illusion just continuing to push the waves. My god, that damage. But it won't matter. That's just going to be Aegis and Cheese now. Looks like... What? I thought he denied the Aegis, but he didn't. He picked up the Cheese and Aegis actually to Mellow Jewel, as they want to make sure they can get out these tree volleys. Woo! It is a close one. The chosen one now. Closing in. Can be going for that nullifier. Will make great work of this Luna if you can actually catch her. I mean, look how... I mean, he spent only 3 times there. There we go. It's worth it. Scotty completed now on Luna. Does she have buyback? Nope, because she just bought out. She just bought back, rather. BKB down to 5 seconds here. You've got an Aeon Disc as well on Wish, which will keep him alive a bit longer. Veil of Discord still useful, but I think he's going to want to swap that out soon enough here for a Scythe of Vice. Not until we get 25 here on Luna. Might just go for that additional lifesteal. I think I think you're going to want to go for that. Consider she's going for the Mjolnir. I think you're going to want just more attack speed, and damage will synergize nicely there. Not yet 25 here on the Tiny. I imagine you go for the toss charges just to be able to yeet Luna. So there's going to be actually the nullifier completed, which means no buyback on Axe. In fact, the majority of Team Nemiga have bought out here. Gem of True Sight now on the Dream Protector and a Blink Dagger. Oh my god, we're going to have a second Daedalus as well up soon on Tiny. If he had a frickin' slot. This is where he would put his second Daedalus, if he had a spot for it. I'll guarantee you that. And we've missed the Lena. I think she's got nothing new. Oh, the Perseverance here for the Lotus. No. Refresher. Ooh, aggressive here. So there's going to be the recipe flying to her. Alright, let's look Radiant side though. BKB on Lush is still quite long. 9 seconds, but it doesn't really help him against this darn wolf. Just kind of runs at him. Lycan's been doing a great job of keeping away either Boogie or the Lesh or some vital component out of the team fight here for Wind and Rain. As he's just able to run them down, burn their mana, purge them off. It's so annoying. It's got to be just... Hyperstone bought on Luna. Just trying to buy out as much as she can here. It's gonna be, oh, the jump actually, they're gonna find her, and there's the disarm as well. Oh, the silence, the Lotus comes a bit late here, they don't quite have the damage, she's gonna get dispelled, tossing up and down, up and around is Tiny now, nearly dead finally with the Eclipse. They're gonna be able to put down Astral. Tiny respawning shortly here, does have that tree volley here, but does not have a team nearby, as his team has bought out, doesn't have tree volley for 2 more seconds here, and he's gonna be long dead by then. Did not buy at least the second Daedalus there. Not quite the engagement they were looking for, as I think that Lotus Orb caught them off guard, purging off and saving the life there of the Luna. Pugna, Wish, nicely done there. Single-handedly, not really single-handedly, because then the Luna did all the damage. Well, he did a lot of damage too, though, let's be honest. But nearly single-handedly helping out. And this is what I was talking about in the draft, if you recall. Not a whole lot of trees for you to yeet. I mean, I guess you got a few here that'll regrow thanks to the tree regrow talent. So he could be fine. Didn't they go with the tree? Yep. 1,000 damage, by the way, to the creep. Continues to throw down here. Trying to go through the back door. As the Fortify comes out, trees once again at the ready to be thrown. Buyback now available on Axe. Lena back in 14 here. They can't get the Megas though, so I don't think they're super concerned here. But they will definitely get your mid-bear. Not much you can really do about that. Out they go now. Fair enough. Just had a nice pleasant time pushing the basin, and then they're going to leave. See you later. They're going to get shrines. Roche just taken not too long ago, so we're going to have to wait for that. But that one might have a refresher shard or an Ag's Blessing. Going to be pretty important. Ag's Blessing, I think you're going to give to Boogie here if you have a choice. Stampede? Have they caught anyone here? What was with the stamp? Maybe they just thought they were getting chased? I don't know. But yeah, I think you would want to give Axe here to the Centaur. That 40% damage reduction is going to make you so much tankier, especially against, like, it's not cheese, right? What's it called? Tiny Ag's Daedalus is not cheese, but it's just like, it's kind of strong, right? So being able to negate 40% of that damage outright before any other damage reductions is just super valuable. I don't see how you don't take that here, as there's going to be Mjolnir completed now, swapping out the boots even. Too bad Butterfly doesn't have an active. I remember when it was Flutter. Good times. Good times. Good times and good game. As Wind and Rain still in it. Not a whole lot of kills, but these team fights have been quite explosive. You know, it's like this game has been like when you're heating up oil, right? And then like to make an egg or to like fry some bacon, right? You don't put oil in, whatever. Like, let's say you're heating up some oil, right? And then you're like, well, what the hell? It's still not cold yet, right? And then all of a sudden, like, it starts crackling, and then you're like, oh god, it's popping off, and then the oil just keeps getting hotter and hotter, and before you know it, well, hopefully your house doesn't burn down, but you just like, you can't even get close to the stove because it just keeps crack-lacking and popping. It's kind of like what this game is if you think about it. Gaming continues though, as Centaur dropping the gem, just dropping it for a second though. Lash BKB still quite strong here. Going to be going for the Shivas. This is about the time, 50 minutes is about the time where your position 4s get farm, especially on position 4s that can actually farm here. So Lena as well as the Lash both having pretty impactful items. There's going to be the refresher with the Aghanim Scepter as well, mind you. So that's pretty significant, and the 14% spell amp. So 1,050 damage essentially just deleted every single time she bothers to use that, right? Not going to be too useful against the Lotus at least though, so they have ways of countering it. I don't know. I know it's a straight damage reduction, but I don't know if we just, instead of Centaur 2, let me check the wiki, why don't I? Go to the Aghanim Scepter description, takes reduced damage, allows allies to walk over cliffs, destroys trees, yes. Damage reduces all 3 damage types, so yes, I think Ags, if you want to go for the Ag's Blessing now on Roche, which might just respawn here quite shortly, have another minute and a half to like 5 minutes, right? Whew. We're still in it here for both sides. So yeah, eggs is going to be absolutely massive here, because then if you can have that whatever, how long, 4-second duration of not taking a whole lot of damage, that's a tree volley right there, right? That's a whole axe call if you're not caught in the axe. That's you know, 2 Laguna. Like this is, it's just hugely impactful, I think, this game. Helps you live a bit longer. Luna can get off her items. You got a load or an Aeon disc on the Pugna, so he's able to not get locked down. Always keep the Lotus Orb off. It's so difficult this game because what's your win condition, right? How do you win fights if you're Nemiga? What do you got to do? You got to like jump on the Pugna so that he doesn't get the Lotus Orb off of the Luna. Otherwise, how do you kill Luna? As they're going to actually get a bit aggressive here. Pushing down low will be, I believe that was Lycan, but he's going to back off now. But still, the Chosen One's just chilling here for now, as no one's returned yet. He's going to get his 50-minute runes. Thank you very much. 2 for 2 once again. Hmm. %35% lifesteal is the move then for the Luna, nearly 25 on Pugna. Yeah, like the team fight here is kind of hard now all of a sudden for Nemiga with more and more items that get purchased here. It's so difficult because you need to nullify the Luna, but they can dispel that with the Aeon Disc. But so then you need to jump on the Pugna, but I'm sorry, you can dispel that with the Lotus Orb. So then you jump on the Pugna to prevent that from happening, but then he's got an Aeon Disc, so it's like, oh my goodness, right? Like, these team fights end up getting just very intricate in the ways that you have to engage and onto who and what you use, and able to just make sure you actually kill the Luna. We need to kill the Batman here. Everyone having buyback except for 2. Tiny, most notably, not with buyback, or without buyback. He has finished off the second Daedalus, however, which makes him a little scary. Alright then. Alright then. We're gonna be going straight for that Divine Rapier. You know what? Why the hell not, honestly, at this point? If you can't, I mean, that, unfortunately, actually, for Wind and Rain, it doesn't allow them, it's just added damage, right? So I don't believe it, like, gets factored into your crits, because it doesn't increase your base damage. That would be busted, of course. But I think it actually might get factored into, it does get factored into your crits. What am I talking about here? Smoked up his Wind and Rain. They might have a catch here. Smokes will break now onto 1. The Chosen One will pop his BKB. There comes the Tree Volley. Not quite enough, but will allow at least the Axe to TP out once again. In late game scenarios, Axe is just kind of able to just be like, see ya, and just TP right out in front of 4 or 5 heroes. Didn't even BKB, did he, that man? Oh, he did. Okay, that makes much more sense. That makes a whole lot more sense. Trying to go for Roche here. Oh, just be a bit more patient. It'll be back up in 10 seconds. Your patience will be rewarded here. Nikwa. Oh, don't leave the pit. Don't do it. 5 seconds. Yeah, he's sticking around. He's sticking around, surely. And yoink. There he is. You know, I'm kind of disappointed, actually, that there's no, like, actual animation for Roche respawning. I would have assumed he, like, crawled up from whatever this all stuff is around his pit. I guess I'm assuming it's magma. In goes Luna now, has eaten the Moon Shard. Going next for the Boots of Travel, as she is properly 6-slotted. Just needs that Aghanim's Blessing here, which Roche does not have. It's going to be a Refresher Shard instead. You can stack 2 instances of the Diabolic Edict as well. I think that's potentially good. I think on Centaur, 2 Stampedes is not bad. He's actually going to be really nice himself. Nicely done. Good item there. Luna, of course, with the Aegis, as they're not going to want to contest that on the side of Nemiga. But you will have buyback soon on Tiny. He has bought something, though. It's the Divine. Divine is on now. It's online. So now this game truly hanging by a thread. Whew. All right, straight top lane goes Nefrit, but we'll have a very nasty surprise here as to the trees immediately goes one. They're going to be able to manta dodge the call there, even though that was a conference call, as yikes, 1,800 HP crits, tree getting tossed, doing casually 2,000 damage this time. Still holding on to that Titanic, though. You need another tree ball here. You got him in 4 more seconds. Ooh, the Laguna Blade, just one of them, though, has not refreshed quite yet. Just casually tossing that one out, and they're quite happy just getting one Blade of Bear. From trying to dare anyone to hit this tombstone. Immediately, the Decrepify is there, though. But again, Nefrit going back into the base, so we'll see. Ooh, trying to get him even closer. Oh, it's good, but it's not good enough. The Luna lives on. She's quite tanky. Still has his Aegis. And even with a Divine with 2,000 crits, it's still just barely not enough. That one, oh, Manta dodging the tree just in time there. The Battle Hunger, but there's going to be the heals coming through from behind. Going to get nullified here is the tracks. He can run, but he cannot hide. I mean, he can run for a while, as finally he'll get muted. But that is top lane of Rax now deleted. The good news for them is that they have to go bottom, so you will have trees to toss. And with the ammunition here provided by the Treant Protector level 15 talent, 15 rather, it makes it quite good here. But Luna, again, just showing mid. They do need to be careful here as to not die. You don't have buyback on your Tiny, still 1,000 off. So Trax lacking the buyback as well. Surprised he's not even going for a rat play. Has his cheese from like 20 Roches ago, it must be. Then they go, Tombstone once again. There's going to be the tree volley. Nice damage, immediately dead. Those are the crits we're looking for, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Divine Rapier. And into the Avalanche, Luna now getting control. They're doing a good job. Wish, however, with the life drain in the back lines, there's going to be now the Yule Scepter into the stun. Again, that BKB, but the life steal is too much for them to handle. Nemiga staying alive somehow. The Chosen One, but continuing to do damage, is now in a bit of trouble is Luna. They'd have to Decrepify, but they've killed off one of her supports. The zombies slowing down the Lycan. Will go ahead and shapeshift away now as he runs towards Nefrit. Oh, that's a bit of a mistake, as my goodness, the Spirit Vessel just negating all of that regen. Now they're gonna catch the Pugna as well, muted, taunted, and dead, shy of just getting dunked. Woo! Alright, so they hold, they lose the tier 3, they lose top barracks, but they'll get 2 lives off and a buyback out of the Undying. This game is gonna be a little bit clowny. Oh boy. Alright, so Divine Rape. This is always like the pub stomp build that you dream about building, and then this Mad Lad actually does it. 2,070 damage there. He's going for the Avalanche cooldown as well here, reducing it to 5 seconds. Not the tree volley, or not the toss charges, as they are pushing separate lanes. Just need to push out mid and top to ensure that those lanes don't push too hard. Roche, again, going to be back up here in about 4 minutes. This is Clarity, just chilling there. You never know if you might need that. As Lycan continuing to push here. Has not gone for the Wolves talent. He's gone for the Shapeshift Critical Strike, which, you know what, in a draft like this makes a lot more sense than the Wolves. He didn't commit the buyback now. Everyone has buyback except for Undying and except for Axe. I mean, you can farm that in like a minute, right? Like, just wait. But then if you take a minute, then the Luna is going to be alive. You need to try and force the buybacks now. But I don't really know if you want to fight them is the thing. I think you just want to force the buyback and go, okay, see you later. Aghanim Scepter so close on the Centaur, and then it becomes a little bit easier to tank that damage. Ooh, okay. Alright, so we get the go-ahead now, as they are going to go onto the bot tower, most likely. 1 second, Centaur is going to respawn here. No need for the buyback. Luna and Pugna need about another 30 seconds as the Chosen One just running right in. He's got a heart, he's got a BKB, a nullifier, a blink, and the blade mail still, as it looks like we've got a little bit of Discord lag still, unfortunately. Where is Tiny? He's hiding out by the trees, and this is what I was talking about. When you siege high ground, as you can see, not a whole lot of trees for him to push. So what they need to do actually is Treant Protector needs to buy 6 GG branches and plant them so that he can create a forest And Mellow Jewel can push, or can just throw. That's going to be bottom barracks lead. Actually, my goodness, Crimson Guard is so good against these types of pushes here, where you have just a bunch of units forcing Axe to do the most of the damage there. But they'll hit the melee barracks. They're going to go for the melee barracks mid lane now as well. They can not go for megas, as there is still a tier 2 standing. But my goodness, Astral pumping out the damage now, has gone for the attack range as well. They'll let the wolves finish off the barracks, as they'll at least defend, or they won't take the range one's bottom, but they've nearly leveled the playing field here. They still do need a tier 2 top, is going to be the issue. As the next item for Tiny is going to be the Aghanim's Blessing, most likely. Now, BKB first is a good idea, and then Aghanim's Blessing. The thing is, you're kind of riding on the Aghanim's Blessing thing, and they can't really nuke you down with physical damage either too easily, ideally. Of Os Frogs in the chat. You love to see it. Perfectly balanced. His finest creation for sure. And he still gets a little bit stronger, by the way. I think with you give him that BKB, he eats that Ags, and then really you've got nothing to stop him from doing that. Wind and Rain just chilling here for now. That's going to be actually the buyout here. Aghanim Scepter on the Centaur is going to be huge. Now you have 8 seconds of 40% of all damage reduced. Just flat reduced before any further reductions. So I think they can just try and just take megas. They can just run in, Stampede, hopefully not explode, and then Stampede again on the way back out, and then leave. It's just that easy. You can even walk up and down cliffs there. You destroy trees, but they respawn in 2 seconds, so not actually that great. Wish continuing to push out a bit. Now 25 has gone for the Nether Blast damage. More damage to the structures. Undying still not 25. We already know what Luna has. Lush still not 25 either. We've already seen his 25 talent. 25 now. He's gone for the Eyes and Overgrowth AoE. So this is mostly going to be for the Overgrowth because he doesn't have Ags quite yet. Has the money for it. As I think the Wolf denying that rune. I didn't quite see what it was, but it dies for the rune regardless. Eyes in the Forest is going to be quite good. I think they've got gems still though, don't they? I know Centaur had one at one point, but he might have lost it when he died. Finally, Pugna going to be going for an Aghanim Scepter. Remember, this is actually a mid lane Pugna, so he's not had a fantastic start, or not a fantastic game. Overall, I mean, he's been doing great, don't get me wrong, but there's bots 2 now on the Luna, just about 6 slotted here. Next up is just that Aghanim's Blessing, and then, you know, and we just kind of wait, but we've passed now the 1 hour mark here of this game. Wind and Rain. So strong here, but then again, who is strong against Tree Volley here with Divine Rapier? That's going to be Aghanim Synth already completed. No buyback again here on Tiny, though. Is so far off of it here. But he's got BKB and the Synth, though, so that's the play here. And you know what? I agree. If you die anyway, what's the point? What's the frickin' point, honestly? This Spirit Vessel as well on the Treant Protector is making great work, and there's going to be actually the Ags on the Treant, which I do love. This is one of my favorite Ags in the game. The problem is it's like you barely ever get it, and I don't think there's a gem on the Undying, so they're going to know. He's even got a Quelling Blade still, so they'll know something's up. I think you need vision of the tree itself to actually scout out but they know where they're at now. Yeah, they know where the tree is. It's on the high ground. He's linked into a bit of a nightmare here, however, as he may have gotten the tree. He may drop a tombstone, but he gets immediately demolished, dropping the gem, Laguna Blade, Tree Volley, the whole kitchen sink thrown at him. But Undying, unlike his name, now dead. And here is Roche, just in time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if Nemiga check it. This one's got, of course, that dank Aghanim's Blessing. He's even got a Refresher Shard and Aegis, and you already know he's got that cheese. Please scout it. Please walk into the bits, the tracks. Please, you have to know. Oh, he still doesn't. Yes, they know. They know Roche is up. It was a quick respawn. I didn't even notice. They're now going to try set up for it here with Eyes in the Forest. It makes it a bit easier, and of course tiny eggs. The problem is they don't do Roche nearly as quickly. Boogie as well. Here goes the Trax doing a bit of damage from behind though. There's going to be the Luna ulti. No Aghanim Scepter on this one. BK being off though. Finally the first ulti there. Muted. Now in a bit of trouble is Luna. He's still holding on to his Professor Shard though, as Centaur nearly dead here. Does not get, he does get off actually the second Stampede here. So 40% damage reduction still here for Nefert, as now Mellow in a bit of trouble. Going for the tree volley on himself, trying to dodge the damage, but the Aghanim Scepter on the Lina with the Laguna Blade, nuking her down, running for his life is Leshrac. They bought back on the Luna now, as the Trax was running somewhere around there, I'm sure, just doing wolf things. Indeed he was. He got to haste rune, and I don't know what else he did in that fight, but guarantee you it was incredible. 10k damage on the Luna. They did a lot of damage here. I don't know if this is damage done or damage after reductions, but 5,000 damage in basically one tree volley, by the way. 10-second BKB. Well worth it here on Tiny. And you know what? After that, he's closed in on buyback quite significantly now. Oh boy, that overgrowth was huge as well there. The Manta Luna trying to stay alive, but surrounded by a Tiny. Nothing really she could do. Is now a disconnect here. That's going to be Aghanim's Blessing though after the buyback here from Luna. So that makes it a bit stronger. I don't think she hasn't gone for the Lucent Beam talents, however, but it's still a really strong Axe, by the way. Ooh. Oh wait, what did that say? I didn't see it. Roll for win? It's pretty funny. Nope, sorry. Wish Nemiga in it to win it here. They are not even leaving it for a roll. Normally you do the flip as well, but woo. These BKBs have been so quality. Even I mean, how long does Eclipse last? 6 seconds. So even if you get a perfect BKB off here on the side of Nemiga, you still have to deal with 1 second of Aghanim Scepter Eclipse, which is really scary. It's no joke. You've consumed your Refresher Shard though. You did get off at least the second charge of the Stampede, which is pretty worth, honestly. Even if that fight didn't go your way, you didn't get a kill, unfortunately, but it's still so worth it there. Gem of True Sight on the ground somewhere. I think they purchased another one. Mid lane, no, in a bit of trouble. They've got the Pugna. In comes the tree volley. Goodbye, sir. BKB activated on Axe as well, because why not? It's down to 5 seconds. You're gonna, if they want to fight here for this Roche, they're gonna force him to buy back, and these crits coming out from this team are insane here. There's gonna be the buyback. Maybe now the Wolf will run here for a little while. I don't know how much they want to try and contest this. I don't think they have a gem either. They do have plenty of wards, but they've got fantastic vision thanks to the Treant Ags. He's going to be able to blink out of harm's way. They'll drop the Tombstone now, but these trees respawning quite quickly. Be careful not to do Roshan here on accident from the high ground and not be able to claim Aegis, as he's just done about a quarter of Roche's full HP. Nemiga will TP out up 16k here. Even Dota Plus doesn't really know which team to favor here. Whoo, my goodness. No, that's my console. Don't worry about that. Thoughts to Luna literally has nothing to buy now. Like, quite honestly. I guess she can feed Moonshards to other people, but like, that's it. Once you do that, that's it. And they're not even all that good on anyone else, to be honest. I mean, who else do you want to right click that much, right? You do need 25 here on Centaur, and you really should get it on the Undying. If you get that Retaliate Aura, not going to help a whole lot here, but canceling a Blink now or then is going to be pretty useful. Treant continuing to get aggressive here, just laying down plenty of wards, gaining more vision. That'll get dewarded immediately, but he will have the vision at least for a little while. Tiny just waiting here, stalking. We've already seen his Ags. The call down bottom lane is just, you know, nothing really to do there. I think everyone's 25 here on the side of Nemiga. Yeah, everyone's 25 here except for just a few heroes here. They could definitely use that. Much needed this game. Everyone on buyback here. Everyone has buyback ready, rather. Is there a gem here? Pugna has Ags in his backpack. I think I mean, he needs his boots, though, is the problem, right? And Blink. He just needs all those items right now. It's a very interesting Pugna to build, but I do like the sheepstick purchase. Maybe you just go for Dagons, honestly. I mean, what even do you do right now? Just pull an EG from, what was that, Kiev or something? I don't remember. I think maybe that was the Sumail game with the chainmail on, or the blade mail on Elk. Oh, in either case, this game is going to keep going here. No clear end in sight, now passing the 66-minute mark. Bot lane's going to be shoving here in favor of Nemiga. Mid lane should be just about even, and top lane, we still have a tier 2 standing. This Fervian, oh my god, this man's got balls of steel, but is able to escape. Meanwhile, they'll catch the Lesh down bot lane. Woo! I think barely just in a sentry range there, right? Oh, they've got a gem on Undying again. Oh, be careful, Fervian. You beautiful tree bastard. Now Lycan has a full and completed Bloodthorn as well. Just about 6 slotted here on Lycan. Bot lane is shoving here. They could just get the other barracks, but that's not really their main concern here. Buying back now will be the Lesh. Don't do Roche on accident with your trees. Please. 5v5 here as another buyback is committed. This game is literally on edge. More buybacks here for Nemiga though, so that could prove to be fatal to Wind and Rain, but both teams have done a great job of staying in it here thus far. Look at these freaking illusions, man. So much damage. Alright, so do we have any, is there like anything else even these guys could potentially buy? Treants, of course, just buying, I think he bought a tome for some reason. Just put a tome down. You know, your enemies are still not 25. You're over an hour into the game, nearly an hour and 15 minutes now. Axe going for the refresher of all items just to keep the Luna locked down. Lena now going for the sheepstick too. What the hell are these? I don't think, what is time? Is he even got anything queued up? An Octarine? Really? I mean, I think you just go for a second Divine, honestly. I think you just show your second Divine. He's not worth, as if that really makes a difference here, because really it's all about buybacks now. 51k already on Luna. Her GPM, 919, 611 here. And back into Roche they go, and again a pause here. These pauses have been a little ridiculous this game. We started off the game with like, dead. We started the game with like a 3-minute pause. This has been a very long game one. My goodness. Still though, no clear end in sight. Mail is just pulling up the chat here now. That's why you heard myself again for a second. Where's my pop-out chat? There we go. Thank you. And close this. All right. All things considered, these still aren't actually the most hectic team fights. The hardest part really is that Zatrax is just like finding someone. He's like a heat-seeking missile. Like once he finds someone, he is just straight going to run them down until they're dead or until he dies. And there is no compromise there. $19k here, as finally got the G. This game is ridiculous, boys. Roche being taken here slowly but surely, as here's the crits now, popping his BKB. They're going to use the tree toss to try and close it off here. Look at that freaking damage they've done here. Oh my god, they might know here on the side of Wind and Run. They've got a ward down. There goes Roche. Can they pick up everything in time? Cheese still on deck. Who's got what? Axe with the refresher shard. It's going to be Aegis on the Lycan. And Aghanim's Blessing as well on the Lycan. So here come the wolves. This upgrade is more or less not very good, however, unfortunately. As much as I do like the item, It's just not good this, I mean, it's okay this late. Bottom lane, it's gonna have not a fantastic impact here as the creep do more damage and have more HP than them anyway. The biggest difference is gonna be with the cripple. That might make a big difference. So the lanes are still all gonna shove here. Top lane will make a big difference here though. Actually no, because they're against supers. Top lane, it's gonna help barely anything, but not even here. As now in they go, mid lane, Astral keeping up the charges here. Looks like they're going to go in through bot lane, filtering through the base. Not expecting them there. There's going to be Wind and Rain set up near their top triangle camp as they're just going to be hiding out here. Train Protector providing deep vision in the base. They've not scouted anyone yet. Lesh might accidentally walk into vision. He might be the one they go on here if they want to make this jump. It's a bit risky. And they have thrown down a sentry here in place, so they're going to know where they are now. Actually, no, they're not. Gem of True Sight on the train, so they know that they've got detection here somewhere. As they're going to begin breaking down the trees. Train's on the way out, wants something to do with that. 70 minutes now. Yes, I believe we were paused at the 69th minute. Nice. No, we paused just shy of the 69th minute, unfortunately. I did verify there on the film. Still, though, just chilling. 181 gold each for these bounty runes is, you know, pretty good. Boogieing out, Aghanim Scepter. 25, not yet. What about an Undying? Come on, guys. You need to get level 25. The problem is that once you do reach level 25, you don't actually, you still take XP. You still seep XP even with your 25. So the problem is they're just getting XP so slowly because they keep nerfing bounty, or they keep nerfing the neutrals, and there's just 5 heroes always to share XP with. Shadowblade now on the Lina just to be able to close the gap as in they go now, placing down more trees, trying to maintain vision here. Vision wins games. Now Nikwa breaking a bit of trees, but they'll respawn nearly instantly. As the tower dies here, they're going to catch one. Only Luna finishes that BKB, but there's going to be the Decrepify onto Y. Now we're not going to have a tree volley here for 10 seconds. Oh no. Cheese slotted in now for the Tiny over the boots, as that was a BKB, I believe, on Axe activated. Indeed it was. Stream Protector actually holding on to his Refresher Shard. I think you should slot the ward away and put in that Spirit Vessel, friend. That Spirit Vessel works wonders against a Luna if she's not BKB'd. So, just another little detene there. As we now sail past 70 minutes. Who's this mid lane, though? In a bit of trouble as they've caught Undying here. And that was just a regular hit with the tree. Unfortunately for Undying. Dead for 80 seconds now. Does drop a tombstone in his wake, but Tiny slowly but surely will go ahead and stomp that one. I hear Refresher Shard here is down bot lane. Lina in some trouble, has found the entire enemy team. They're going to try and chase her down. Physical damage will go through that BKB. There's the Laguna Blade as well to finish off the kill with the tree volley. The tree toss, 2,000 damage now onto the Luna. She's got her BKB, but Nullified will be able to get it off. The damage, oh, the dunk is there. Dead for 2 minutes. Does have buyback. Nemiga, the chosen one now. We're continuing the control now as Centaur trying to do whatever he can. Slowly he will die to the Tiny as they have the damage now. Pugna in a bit of trouble, muted, trying to run for his life, but that's going to be a second nullifier as it tracks on a mega kill streak. It's up to Undying. Luna, Centaur can buy back. He's going to be forced to, as straight into the base they go. They're not slowing down for anything. Muted, does not have a tombstone. There's going to be the Eclipse with the Aghanims out there. BKB from Nemiga, not going to quite get the dunk, but still finding the kill onto one. Luna, oh, here come the trees. They're not doing too much damage, luckily. Oh my god, they're turning and fighting. Netfrit's still alive. They take the first life here off of the Lycan, and now he's actually in trouble. Coming back now is the chosen one. They bought back on 3, muted, silence, and now Tornadoes. Luna maybe trying to set up for the kill onto her. The stomp at the BKB out is too quick. She's gonna have another Satanic soon. They killed Lycan. He's gonna buy back, coming back into the fight. Now the chosen one continue to toss the trees. The Laguna Blade. They have the damage. They've killed the Luna. Now they need to kill the Centaur, and the game is theirs. GG is called.
into our past. We had closed our doors. We got away. It's just
Welcome back, everyone. Game number 3 underway. The cat has joined me in the room. Hello, Luna. Who do you think will win this game? Can I get a meow out of you? Oh, I don't know if you heard it. The mic maybe didn't pick it up there. Can we get another one? Can you step a little bit closer to the microphone, please? Oh, she's meowing too quietly. It looks like she just wants some pets. Luckily, we've got time here during the draft, as we all already underway here. Game 2, as I said, of Nemiga versus Wind and Rain. Come here, kitty. Yes. All right. Game 1 lasting... Oh, don't bring out your claws. Game 1 lasting just about an hour, as just a little bit over an hour, actually, as Nemiga were able to finish it off, despite Nefrit's best wishes on the Luna. I was going to pull up the Dotabuff page here for that last game. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick here, because I literally think that that Luna did well over, well, what do you think, 18,000 damage maybe here? Take a look, game number 1. I need to pull this up in YASP. There we go. Let's look this guy up. And team fights and the last fight here. Luna did 14,584 damage, healed for 3,000, and gained over 2k gold in that fight. Wow. That's, yeah, that was a fight right there for sure. And, my goodness, for real, that damage output was pretty insane. So I wasn't too far off, luckily. Yeah, 3 heroes had to buy back there to eventually kill the Luna, but it's going to be a similar draft here from Nemiga, as they'll open again with the tiny Lena. This time pick up the Ogre. Could be a 3 Ogre as well. The teams do like to run it here in Europe. So I wouldn't be too surprised by that. I think it works nicely here. We'll see. I think it's going to be another mid-tiny, honestly. After a game like that, how do you not want to play tiny again, to be quite honest? Just start channeling a spell and blow up someone. Ooh, that's gotta be fun, honestly. It's gotta be a very fun game there. Undying Rubik, though, is a nice 4-5. It's not going to be as strong, in my opinion, as a Luna Ogre is in lane, especially an Ogre, right? I think the Undying is very strong, don't get me wrong. But the Rubik, I think, is just a bit weak. He provides a nice little bit of damage output there with the Fade Bolts, but the stun is just not too strong, I think. Especially early on, it's just a little weak here. So that's going to be probably the 3 Magnus. Wind and Rain might want to try and pull out the PA here. PA Ember is another popular pick here with the mag. Unfortunately, the Ember's been banned by Wind and Rain in the first phase, so likely unable to see it. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to really contemplate more about the Wind and Rain draft until we see another core pickup. Nemiga, though, I think are going to decide if they want to take the PA here or not, just to be safe. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, we could play against it like a, like a Dazzle Huskar, but like, do we want to? Is sort of my thinking about that, because it's just strong, man. Like, you can definitely do it. You need an early game lineup, and this is a lineup that could potentially do it too here between the tiny Lena and the Ogre. I'm going with the Luna, so potentially, so this time Nemiga taking a page out of the Wind and Rain book and going with the Luna. My goodness. Yeah, there's the PA, the Mang PA. Sorry, I just got a push notification from the BBC. It's the most popular news story right now that Fortnite was blown up and replaced with a black hole. So that's very cool. It's the most read story on the entire BBC right now. Quite interesting. Anyway, the Mag P8 will be, so now you need another sort of early game momentum hero for Nemiga. I don't honestly know if Ogre's going to be able to provide that for you, so maybe now you want to switch him over to a 5 instead of the 3, and if that wasn't already the case. They'll ban the Pugna once again. I think you could end up going... Let's see, you need an offlaner that can get you off to a good start. I see the Abba's not banned. You can get a Dispel. Oh my god, the cat. No, don't scratch the chair, please. Please, no. This is an expensive chair. The cat, sorry, I just completely threw me off. Yeah, the Abba's not banned. You can Dispel the Fade Bolts, of course, which can be quite nice, and as well the slow from the dagger coming out from the PA. Most importantly, I think that's kind of a good pick here because you can get the Curse of Avernus onto the towers and increase your attack speed there of Luna early on. Luna goes a bit all out for drums, early Yasha Manta style might be the move here just to make sure that Mag PA can't get online because it's notoriously weak early on. Abbas as well as a core, I think, who does well with space given to him. Could potentially run an axe here. I don't know if I really like the axe though, just because the crits are a bit scary.
Stranger at your service.
When mid-wind, then it'll be. There we go. Just have to make sure she does not jump onto the desk and potentially injure herself. Or me. Of course. Midwind against a likely bit tiny here. They could still decide to switch it up if they don't really like that matchup here. I don't know. I think I still like the Abba. You can go ahead and Dispel the...
Timber saw!
The Timber's good as well, actually. That completely shuts down the PA too. So maybe they're willing to take this one a bit later then, is what that tells me. Because Timber, he's up early and then he stays online early. Late game, he's still quite strong too. That pure damage is absolutely no joke out of the Chakram, or Chakrams. Chakra is maybe the plural of Chakram. I don't know, actually. Maybe it's probably just chakrams, I'd imagine. But in either case, they do a crap ton of pure damage there as it tracks. This time I'm going to take a spin on the Luna. Which is, yes, that's your name, kitty, isn't it? That's why you're over here, I'm sure, because I keep saying Luna so much and you heard me scream it. Oh, who's a good kitty, Luna? Alright. I'll let her stay in the room for now. Nefrit on the PA, it is the Nequo Rubik 4. Y again on the Undying. Played a great Undying yet last game too. For like the first 25 minutes was able to bait out the calls out of the Chosen One early on, only to just soul rip himself back to HP. Sure, he didn't really, I mean, he wasted a lot of time, mana, and most importantly, what just happened to my Dota? And put the Culling Blade on cooldown. We have a remake? Nope. Okay, interesting. Every single hero has just disappeared at once. There we go, they're back. They just had to get in position. They all had to like leave the stage and get ready to pose here for the opening screen, obviously. Alright. Make sure we're good to go here. Let's not look at fantasy points and instead look at last hits here. As we head up for the top lane, Rubik and Boogie. The good thing about this is that my whole spiel... This set makes me uncomfortable. This makes it look like Boogie, or the Boogie set, it's not the Boogie set, but the set Boogie has equipped, rather, makes it look like he's like a snake or something, or that the tail section of Magnus is like really long for some reason. I don't know if I like that. Anyway, My whole spiel about Magnus, to continue on, besides the cosmetics, is that he's going to be following around the PA for a fair amount of time. From like the 15 to 25 minute mark is generally pretty normal, right? Giving her that in power buff, or at least they have to be farming close to each other, which in some way is probably going to indirectly reduce the farm efficiency of one another, right? Not insanely, but for that amount of time, he still has to be there to apply the buff to PA. Whereas, if you look at the other side here, it's the offlane Timbersaw here on the Chosen One. He has no such restrictions. He can kind of do, not really whatever he wants, right? But he's not restricted to having to follow around his Luna and, you know, chop from everyone. Because they have other ways of killing people. Or they have other ways of farming, rather, on the Luna. She's got it built in here. She will actually stand her ground and fight and help secure one extra bounty rune here early on, but we will miss first blood down bottom. Fervian, as well as Astral, will run them down. Get the kill onto Undying. This is a strong level 1 combo. He's actually gone for the Ignite, interestingly enough. I almost thought for sure it would have been Fire Blast to combo there into the LSA, but not the case. Silly me. 8 strength stolen off of Lena, though, so it gets scary. So we already see taking a bit of damage here is Luna. Yes, you are, aren't you, Luna? Oh, she is just in... She is purring like crazy here, so I don't have to use 2 hands to obs yet. Can get away with it here on the mouse. Look at this, 12 strength stolen here on the Lena. The issue is if you don't have any follow-up, right, is that you just pop a Tango and you're like, okay, thank you for rehealing all of my HP. Nice LSA onto 2, but it's a lot of strength on. I make that 280 max HP, 160 total HP was on this Lena level 1. Not the strongest hero, especially when you've only got 4 strength to your name, by the way. As careful, this man coming at you, 1000 HP. He's not scared of you. Jesus Christ, that was like 2 wand charges. Don't let that fool you. And it did that much damage. Middle lane here. Wind and Rain on the middle lane. Wind Ranger. There it is. How could Wind and Rain potentially even lose this game if we got a Wind Ranger? There's wind and rain in that name. You can look it up. It's in there, both of them. All right, Luna. I must use 2 hands now. My goodness, Troll Strength stolen, constantly keeping Lena low. Keeping her at bay, really. As also at bay is Nefrit, though. Unable to really get a whole lot done here. Of course, mostly CS there with the dagger, and whenever possible. And as Y's done a fantastic job of zoning out the Astral support at the very least. So it's down to mostly a 1v1 as the supports down bot lane will continue to spar, right? Like that's somewhat ideal for you, back down to 400 HP. Now level 2 at least, so getting a bit more strength to her name. As we look top lane, a nice dive top lane will result into the kill onto 1. Fervian with the kill onto Boogie. He'll die for the kill, but that's definitely going to be well worth as you get a kill early on. Oh my goodness. When he loses his decay stacks, he loses about all of his HP, trying to deny himself here to the Ancients, and get him, Dad. Big Angel will just slap him once. Some of them don't even move here. Bottle Crow, Bottle Crow, Bottle Crow. Nicely done. You've even given him the additional sip for free. That's that efficient usage you like to see. 2 levels now in the dagger, not too unnormal there. Slow duration as well as the cast range, of course, increasing per level. It's going to get a bit annoying here as they get more and more levels into the blur, though, to try and actually harass the Lena. As a deny on the Undying will at last have him return to the lane. Yeah, if you deny yourself to the creeps, of course, it takes forever. Go now, Astral LSA not gonna connect. 2 level disadvantage. Y is still level 1, by the way, but has been doing a fantastic job here. It is gonna give solo XP as well to the PA, who really needs it. Is gonna struggle at these early levels a lot. So the Timbersaw is mostly free to farm here, but PA is not doing too bad either. Nefrit, 14 last hits to his name on the PA. Is the poll going to get interrupted here? Nice last hit there. Able to get it despite the Lena auto attack coming through, but a big kill onto Zatrax's top. It's a much different hero he's playing this game. Last game, in a much different lane actually. Last game he was, I don't want to say abandoned because that was kind of the strategy in the draft, right? But last game he had to solo lane against a tri-lane as a Lycan. Not really your ideal lane. And then he was on a hero that just loves running people down, right? So this game though, it's going to be a bit different. Your positioning on Luna is so important early on because you do have good move speed. You just need to be careful with it. 5-minute runes, a little bit early there on the Fire Blast will secure it. Lucent Beam, however, there's going to be the Avalanche gang from mid. Mellow Jewel again on this Tiny, going for the body blocks, trying to find a few more auto attacks with the Lucent Beam and the Fire Blast. That's plenty of damage. Top lane, they'll lose an additional one here onto Wind and Rain. His Undying will also die, likely for the rune, I'd imagine. Looks like it. Is that going to be 3 runes for Nemiga? Not quite. 3 kills for Nemiga, but then we still have a rune on the map. Actually, a bit of trouble here is Boogie going for the stun into the Lucent Beam, but that Fade Bolt level 2. Not a whole lot of armor yet on the Luna. 211, of course, but still not the tankiest hero in the game. 660 HP total right now. And that's what, without an Undying in the lane, right? Speaking of an Undying in the lane, the Chosen One getting pretty deep onto the enemy tower here. 18 stacks here of the reactive armor is going to be max, and he's pretty comfortable just being very annoying, as he's going to actually fortify the wave here. Maybe they've fortified as well for top, but fortify the wave here as well. 12 strength, still only losing at 780 HP, but it only makes his regen look even bigger is the problem. We'll at least get the siege creep off the tower. Able to get the CS as well, securing that with the dagger. There's a gank from mid, maybe Wish, looking to maybe find something. He doesn't have a whole lot of mana. Power shot maxed here, and the wind run, but no levels in the shackle. Makes it a bit of a tough kill against the Timbersaw. 3 heroes top here in favor of Nemiga. This TPing back will be Wish now to the mid lane. Level 7 on Mellow Jewel, so he's got a tiny bit of an advantage here. Huge CS advantage, 42 and 5 compared to now they're only the 30 and 2 in favor of Tiny there, quite obviously. A few more denies, but most of the CS he's 10 ahead, as even leaving the lane to get a kill too, as his gank attempt was successful, ganking at the 5-minute runes. Ganking at around 5 minutes is pretty strong because you're level 5, which is quite frequently, more often than not, on a lot of mid laners, is a huge power spike for them, right? And you don't have to go too far. You can generally refill your bottle as well if the team communicates with you. You might even get a kill or 2, ideally, out of it. And you don't give too much pressure to the mid laner. As Nefrit, you're going to be forced to leave now that the chakram is finally leveled. That pure damage is no joke. 50 DPS. It's like almost like a black hole. I believe actually black hole has the same damage per second at level 1. Of course, it doubles to 100 and 150 compared to the 75 and 100 of the chakram. So it's not that strong. So it's not like a black hole, but for now it essentially is going to be a black hole where you play Fortnite and the PA does not want to stand in. That much is going to be clear. So, try on try action up top now, as off into the jungle. Where has our PA gone? Yep, there she is into the jungle, but level 6 does have the coup de grace, and of course the empower level. She missed a bit. Only level 1 empower though, so not too much of an advantage here, as careful as the Trox getting quite low here. They'll drop the tombstone. That will have to get focused on first, but Luna makes quick work of that. As they'll be able to just back off now. I've misplaced my water bottle. I don't know where it's gone. Tower down bot will fall. To the Timbersaw, who's gonna have a nice advantage there early game here, as predicted, and you know that is why they draft the hero, of course. Now Wish Bit of damage here. Herbian in a lot of trouble. They're going to get a kill onto the PA as he goes for a ward. I don't know if that blocks the camp. It should, actually. That's the whole reason. No, it doesn't block the camp. Not at all. I don't know if that's going to be dewarded here. Just trying to find maybe a ward here in a likely unward spot, but no such dice. So an early lead then for Nemiga. We'll see what they want. What have we got queued up here on the Luna? Who has died once, by the way. Where's the Luna? There she is. Bring a Basilisk. Gonna be drums. It will be the drums. So they're gonna be pushing early here. We saw this earlier last time. Last time they had an Abaddon and a Lush, so they were really pushing at this point in time. But this time they don't have the advantage that. Well, the enemy team is going to go for a little bit of a later strat. This strat has very high DPS, right? But it's just not good early. Move slow, being very annoying here. Tiny now rolling in, gonna get that kill quite easily. Still has a little bit of agi here. I think he loses attack speed, right? Yeah. Javelin ready here on the Wind Ranger. Probably going to go for, of course, the Maelstrom. Maybe then BKB early on. I don't really know if you have the damage, though. Ideally with Maelstrom you do, but it's a bit tough in this lineup. PA Mag going to have to work out a little bit more farm here between the two of them before we can think about really going for a big fight. Here is now. I mean, they even got a little bit of a nice buff here for the Luna between just the Bloodlust. It's going to be quite strong. That blur does make it really nice to farm these agents, especially the annoying ones that's kind of wreck you as a PA. As down bottom, actually, they're going to get a kill. Looks like that was going to be the Eclipse used. Indeed it is. That's why it's nighttime again. I should have known something was up, as there's no Night Stalker in the game. Maybe in a bit of trouble now. He's going to be the Undying. He'll drop his Tombstone onto the high ground. They're going to be able to gain vision from this, however. He's quite tanky, though. Again, more levels on the Tombstone. 7 HP left when they go for the Laguna Blade, but sometimes you just got to style on them. But lots committed there. I mean, it's not like a Lion Finger where you need to get more damage on it, but you know what? I like it. Might end up resulting here in a bottom tier one as well. In fact, I'd be surprised if it wasn't. Looks like I will be surprised. They're going to go ahead and back off, not wanting to fight. You still got a whole minute until Tombstone's back, though. Not that that's the biggest thorn in your side yet. As the Chosen One will be cutting the wave out from Nefrit, so out he goes. Astral now dead. Probably a Fade Bolt into a Power Shot. What do you know? That's enough damage there. Forward there. So on Timber Chain, a bit aggressively, 2 times multicast now on Fervian, but away goes Nikwa trying to run. Luna actually going to get stunned here. Needs to be a bit careful. That's going to be a maxed Fade Bolts there. Does plenty of damage. Pure damage as well here on the Timber Chain. 100 pure damage. Windrunner now. Yep, there's going to be Maelstrom soon. Empower buff helps with the damage, of course, but you don't get the cleave as nice as that would be. Speaking of cleave, let's check on our PA. Continuing to farm now. Going to have the Desolator first item here, so just going to go for a minus armor strat here. I think maybe. I don't know if you need to go all in for that, but that's going to be even better with your Windrunner as well, so it might be worth maybe picking up another medallion somewhere on someone. Maybe the Rubik here. Doesn't seem to be the case. If they caught one, it's going to be Nemiga. They're going to put the RP for this as well, and they should have this kill. He's quite a tanky boy. Yeah, not quite able to escape, though. Nearly does it, but one last power shot is all it takes there. He's got a lot of armor, that man, but not nearly enough to fight 4 heroes there. tiny DD blink dagger could be huge here. Nearly already has that full, not a full, but working on rather the Echo Saber is going to be big. So here comes the blink reveal, hiding in the trees. They might know something's up. Into the trees he goes, maybe going for a wish there. Going to find two. The toss is perfect, and into the Eclipse they go. A little bit overkill there, but now both heroes on a killing spree, so I would say well worth it. They're going to have to find this tombstone though. It's going to be on the cliff up the high ground. There they go. We'll be able to make pretty quick work of that. Soul Rip's available, but might need to save it for himself here, as Fervian will be tracking him down. Now there's going to be the stun, the toss, the avalanche, still with the DD here on the Tiny. He's going to get 2 kills and now a tower out of that DD rune off the Blink Dagger reveal. Very nicely done there. That's some quality blink. So Trax will push that tower down. They might be able to get more into Fret, looking for the TP out. The LSA not going to quite come in time though. Long cast time on that one. Now Mag getting tossed back into the Lina. It's the 2-times multicast. The Laguna Blade now is enough. And Nemiga continuing to keep the ball rolling here. This is exactly how you have to play against a Mag PA. It's the only way, really, you can play against a Mag PA. My goodness, missing a kill mid lane here, so they might even go for more. Telekinesis lifting him off just for a second, but again, just continuing to stagger the kills makes it. And they've used RP. They have gotten a kill out of it here onto the Chosen One TP, and now he's going to find 2 heroes, but what can PA really do against him here now? Kind of blinking forward is Melojewel. This is going to be a big kill. The RP onto 2. They actually haven't gotten the kill yet either, but they've stolen Whirling Death now, as it's going to be Wish instead getting a kill in mid lane onto the Lina. I heard the kill sound and thought the worst. Might be able to turn something out of this, but looking unlikely. There's going to be the Hood of Defiance. Now Tombstone dropped, and here comes Nefrit. Does have the Desolator, still alive for a little bit while is Fervian, but finally will die there to the zombies taking him down as the Chosen One jumping forward here. Quite tanky. Melojewel jumping in once again. Nothing there to Timber Chain 2. Still quite low now. That's a very quality power shot as well. And 1 Maelstrom proc is what they need, as now they've joined the fight here. As Trax here, ready to fight. Will have that Eclipse in 10 seconds. It's a bit risky here, considering you... Oh, that's Chakram he's giving him, not even Whirling Death. Not bad. They don't even look that similar, honestly. Oh, it's because of the icon difference that threw me off. Yeah, the icon difference threw me off. Not bad. I was like, what? Is that Whirling Death? I don't know. No RP, though. No Tombstone. Smoke gonna break instantly on Boogie, who's just gonna stand there. Not really sure what else I would do there if your smoke just instantly breaks when you're chilling under your tier 2. But you know where they're at now. Is it a very aggressive ward? We'll scout out the Undying quite easily. It's a beautiful 2-man shackle, though, as now the Chosen One trying to run away. Unable to, as Nico with the stolen Chakram will cut through him. Pure damage, great against him, too. Eclipse now going onto the Rubik. They'll be able to get 1. Holding onto the skewer here is Boogie. Now Nefrit jumping back in. Now that the Eclipse has ended, buying back his Rubik now. They have used the Lucent Beam, though, so you can't quite steal that. Beautiful jump in, as that's going to be Lucent Beam stolen. As I said, not Eclipse, but it's enough setup there. Now Wish on a killing spree. As a bit maybe too aggressive out from Nemiga, who have dropped probably six deaths here in pretty quick succession. Maybe even, no, not more actually. Onto the Windrunner they go. Laguna Blade there is going to be able to cut her down. Melodol could be in a bit of trouble. Nice LSI onto 1. They'll come to the Tombstone again, skewering forward. RP used again. I swear to God, we've been fighting since the last RP. Avalanche toss into the RP, nearly enough to kill this PA, but the zombies keeping them at bay. And now look who's back. It's the Chosen One. 12 and 17 now, as the teams just continue running at each other. I guess it's time that Nefrit's not farming, but she's got a lot of damage here. And there goes the Blur. They know someone's farming those Ancients, and again, Chakram will be stolen. That is Chakram, right? Yep. Pure damage will be quite good here. The Trax is now respawned, pushing top lane up. Need to keep up the tower pressure here against Magpie. It's the only way, but as a reminder here, Wind and Rain need to win this series, as they need to get 2 points at least. I don't know the tiebreaker rules specifically, but 2 points, so I guess they don't need to, but 2 points would guarantee themselves to be moving on into the playoffs. Well, a loss here would almost certainly seal their fates. Go now, Chosen One just continuing to tank up here. He's got actually does have max charges there on the reactive armor. Nice tombstone. Goes down quite aggressively though. We'll have a soul rip ready for that, but now Hello Jewel jumping right onto Y, preventing the soul rip from coming out. Down goes the tombstone and the chakram flying all in, out, and around here. Do remember one of them is the Rubik's. Stolen that. He's not giving it up quite yet. Fortify will come out, keeping the creep alive a bit longer as the back door will kick in. Nearest creep waves right there. They might continue going for it though. Not a whole lot of sustain on this team though is an issue they currently have. Besides on the Timber Saw, you need a source of lifesteal. You need a Vlads maybe would be nice. It's going to be Echo Saber and a tier 2 down. 20-minute runes. They'll split 2 for 2 here as Nemiga off the back of the tier 2 top will of course grab the top tier 2s or the top 2 bounties. And look at this vision coming out from Nemiga. Actually, so quite aggressive. As, I say that, but that ward gets pinged out nearly instantly. I had a ward down here as well some time ago. Don't forget. Actually, it was right here on this tree. More accurately. Have we got a BKB queued up? We do have BKB queued up. That's BKB queued up, not BQB. Alright, as our Luna completed the Manta, not yet, and they're gonna fight Ultimate Orb in the backpack, so they won't have those plus 10 stats each. Yes, they might head into Y again. He does have a Tombstone at the ready. Has max the Tombstone. Will he be able to drop it is the question. Absolutely not. Does not have the buyback either. I believe he's already used it this game once before. Nope, just doesn't have the gold simply. Going for the D ward here. Might turn this into a Roshan, as I think that's going to be a Manta style on the way now off the back of that kill. Might be able to contest this. Your Undying's back in 10 seconds. He's quite low level. They don't do Roche too quickly. They don't have a source of anti-armor. And they're just going to leave Roche half HP. Only 21 minutes, so not the tankiest Roshan either, but they did not force the Tombstone out, so they could easily go for it now as they'll smoke up, power shot into Roche, sending forward an illusion here from the Manta style, making sure that's, they're trying to say that it's very safe. They do have RP here on Wind and Rain, so they could really turn this into their favor. As PA from behind with the BKB reveal, there's going to be the Crimson Guard. The RP is going to be onto 2 now. Laguna onto Y, gets the Tombstone down though. Look at the damage getting pumped out. Down goes the Ogre. Astral quite low as well. They'll be able to get finally the Undying, but Nephert now on the back of the 10-second BKB, killing 2 cores and the Ogre. Doing plenty of damage now, and Wind and Rain might be able to turn this one around here. As already 15 to 20, with only a 2k lead separating the teams, and now maybe even a bit less as we have a short pause again. Discord. Up to 11k now, this net worth lead, thanks to the Empower. It's pretty insane here, as you can see, plus 1, 2, 3 damage. I'll be right back. I need to grab my water bottle so I don't parch my throat. Remember to stay hydrated when you sit for a long time, everyone. Get that blood flowing in the legs, very important, and a good chair with good posture. Back to this game. Aegis now on the back of the PA, as thanks to the Roshan gold, we'll get a little bit of a gold swing here, but Wind and Rain already proving themselves to have a nice XP advantage. Farming up nicely here, pushing back after a 5k net worth deficit. as we get the G's. Now it's Nemiga needing a second. Looks like their Discord is having some issues.
What are we laughing about?
Top lane here in a bit of trouble. Could be the chosen one. He's got the Crimson Guard, able to maybe escape here a little bit. No BKB for a few seconds on the PA. I don't know if that's going to make all that much of a difference, though. Chakram back up in a few seconds, as that's going to be a stolen Dragon Slave. Don't want that to confuse you, as it did for me for a second. I'm like, are they fighting this? Really? You just multicast Quelling Blade there, by the way? I didn't know you could multicast Quelling Blade. What an interesting combination there. Already Tiny. Mellow Jewel just going for the same build here as last game, not deviating from the plan. He's on pace for a faster one here, I believe. His farm's quite good, of course. It's just we have two very fast farmers in the game. One's the Luna, who's only getting the Bloodlust, and of course Nefrit benefiting nicely from the Empower. No Empower buff now. There's going to be a stun onto Tiny, though, as the team will just leave him. I think that's going to be his first death. No, it's his fourth. But 8 kills on that man here already. 5-0 and 6 now on Nefrit, as he will continue to extend that lead. Lena now making a mad dash towards the BKB. I don't know if she's going to be able to live here, though, as the lockdown from Nikwa, level 4 on the Arcane Supremacy, means that LSA stun is kind of insane here. And in the second LSA, you've stuck around a bit too long, Lena. She will die out, as the bottom tier 1 will fall to Nefrit. Tier 2s they go. Good damage out from the Windrunner. The Desolator's very good with her as well, because it does reduce her damage there without the Aghanim Scepter, so you can actually do a bit more. And still in the Windrun form here, will commit actually the Focus Fire, is what I meant to say. Not Windrun reducing your damage. Focus Fire will reduce it. With that attack speed, though, so you can get that minus armor done. It's marginally a little bit better. By a bit. Lena continuing to farm, wants this BKB, but only keeps finding Nefrit now, who has a Basher. Bash on the second hit there. It's a brand new item. As out come the voice lines now, as finally Wind and Rain will take themselves up. That's my console. Up finally, for the first time in the entire game, actually, it looks like they're up in net worth. 27 minutes in, now looking like they're pushing up high ground. Great advantage here, according to just about everything, with an 89% win rate in their favor, according to Dota Plus. And another tier 2 down here consecutively is needing to save the Fortify is Nemiga. Tombstone dropped here, giving vision, not allowing a Tiny to blink in. That's going to be quite an unpleasant surprise. But Luna, I thought for sure she'd cut the wave there, but going to decide against it, perhaps. Checking Roche, but unfortunately that Aegis is still on PA for a few more minutes, maybe a minute. Mid lane chosen one might get gone on here. Power shot, they've got plenty of damage here. Still in the strength, the lockdown, but no one to latch onto there with the shackle shot. Has blurred up Nefrit, not wanting to make the jump there. The Luna Illusions cutting the wave here, for top at least, trying to keep the creeps off of the tier 2 is going to be quite essential, as that'll not allow them to get megas here too quickly. They do push structures very fast, that's the scary part. My goodness. Next up is just straight Satanic for PA here. Is there an item here on this courier? Just wards. It's the best, the most important item of all. Timber now has the Guardian Groove, so that's going to be a strong Dispel for him. It's going to be very... Oh, it's basic Dispel, but it's strong in that, you know, it helps. Yeah, want to use against the Shackle Shot, though. Not that you can use items anyway. It's Ogre Magi going to get focused down here. Was trying to push a little bit as plenty of pings come out. He's going to ping himself. I'm not even sure how he ended up all the way down there, to be quite honest. Nefert's BKB, or Aegis, will now get reclaimed. Jesus Christ. The frickin' Ogre Magi, man. Wind and Rain continue to play quite nicely. A little smoke up, head back towards the enemy side of the map here. There's no crit on the Astro Boogie. Jumping forward, skewering back. They do have the Crimson Guard placed down. Shockwave drawing them a bit closer. Stolen out, let's say, as well, coming out nearly instantly. Spell stolen. I think this one is Whirling Death. It's gotta be, right? Don't troll me. No, he stole Chakram again. That's so silly because he steals it. This isn't the default icon. When he steals it, it shows the default icon of Chakram, and then when you look at it in his inventory or in his spell list, it's not. It's his own cosmetic. It's ridiculous, man. So confusing. But continuing to starve here, the Luna out of farm. She does have Aghanim Scepter, interestingly enough. Nearing level 20, but not quite. This does get stronger and stronger here early on. Against the BKB, though, it's going to be quite literally useless, though. 9 total beams here. Level 4 Lucent Beam with the Ags. This upgrade, of course, will give it an additional 3 beams. And that cast range allowing it to move. Looks like maybe, I don't even know where Nemiga went wrong here. I don't even think they went too wrong. The stretch is pretty strong. I think you just slightly misplay your early game here against a draft like this, and there goes your chances of really easily winning. Now it becomes a hard game to the end. Instead, they'll smoke up here on the side of Nemiga, head bot lane here, as we now continue to vie for 30-minute runes. Why? Can they get him down before the tombstone comes out? The answer, yes. Unsurprisingly. We'll buy back, though. They're going to try and fight this. They're not going to latch onto the tiny. Actually, they will latch all the way onto the low ground and skewering him all the way back. Does have the Aghanim Scepter, but only one tree ends up getting tossed there. Quite ineffective thing without your Daedalus and without the Divine Rapier this game. Not quite hitting for the 2,000 it used to, that he's maybe used to. 20 runes will spawn, though, as they're still on the chase here. Nefrit, maybe trying to find someone, has gone and completely bought out, has the Satanic now. Onto Fervian they go. Plenty of stuns, plenty of lockdown, means a dead Ogre. It does have buyback, but dead for 45. There's the Chosen One. Shrine is best here to continue cutting waves. The tier 2 is already fallen, and now Omegas could potentially be taken. Tiny back in 13, looks like he bought out for the Aghanim Scepter there and ends up dying. It's the Chosen One returning to the base now. Rubik there with the toss, stolen. As the stuns continue into the Telekinesis Lift, the LSA will stun up the PA. Might just be enough, but the stolen Timber Chain, actually. Nikwa's followed him right up there. He wants to be just like him. There's going to be the Aghanim Scepter Eclipse, not super effective yet until the level 3, but they'll at least get a kill here onto Nikwa. Dead for 90 seconds, by the way. My goodness, the Chosen One getting very aggressive here in the middle of 4 heroes. There's going to be the BKB as Chosen One finally will die. Ends up falling to the soul rip there. Dying back now is the Ogre Magi. Nice LSA to hold back the PA for a little bit. The tree toss, like I said, not too effective. Without, it's not too effective in holding your high ground unless you get him up here. But all these trees gone already. I suppose that is a very farmed Rubik, level 19, having a few solo kills already, having a higher level than the Luna, unfortunately, who still is level 17 here as the Tree of Volley comes through again. Avatos combo onto the PA, still not nearly enough damage. Still has the Satanic. Will now be healed back to full HP. It's the Chosen One coming back in now, trying to slow someone down, but these 5 heroes still quite strong. You still have RP too, so don't forget about that. I don't believe you got the Tombstone any longer. You will have it in about 10 seconds, so buyback for naught here out of the Chosen One. Minutes now, 32 minutes into this game. Felt like this one's really flown by considerably. compared to the last game. Not really too many a dull moment thanks to the high amounts of kills. Roche going to be back up in about 45 seconds though. Still in it, I would say, is Nemiga. Only down 5k. They just need to get level 18, preferably level 20 here on the Luna, and then this axe becomes kind of ridiculous. Then it's more of an orbital cannon than anything. She's TP'd. Where has she TP'd to? Mid? Yes, she has. Needs this level 18 though. About to get it. The cooldown, of course, doesn't go down, but 6 more beams. Thank you very much. Max beams per unit is still 5 though, so that's going to be, I don't know the DPS off the top of my head. 1500, and then with the beam damage, a lot more. Over 2000. About 2250 should be. Of course, out of 16 beams, you're going to need all of them to land onto just 3 people, which is going to be pretty unlikely unless there's only 3 people there. As out goes Fervian once again, just going on a deep warding mission here. Pretty confidently. Roche will now respawn, so that should be a pretty quick Roshan. Now there's that Desolator applied, and the crits 14. 33 crits is what you're critting now with the coup de grace. Thanks to the, well, power, quite frankly. There we go, smoking up, leaving the cheese. Nefrit has the Aegis, Abyssal, BKB, Deso, and Satanic, feeling very strong here, no doubt. As Ogre has pushed bottom quite far, but now, ooh, the Chosen One just TPing out in time. Mello going for the Invis rune, but getting caught by the Blurred PA, now getting crit to death. A little bit of payback for last game. He's going to pick up the rune, but die during the fade time. A little bit of, maybe more like a lot of damage there. The crits coming through, the attack speed as well. Insane here on the PA. Ooh. 0.75 attack speed. This here's Ogre now continuing to go as well. Just pushing out these bottom waves. He's got an item here? Not quite. As much as they'd like to steal Empower here for Tiny, that'd be good, wouldn't it? Now, actually, Luna's been overtaken in terms of net worth 2k ago. And they go straight to the base here. Has Luna gotten to level 20? No, but she is level 18 at least. Really could use this level 20 talent, man. So hard to be farming anyone on the map, though, because if she shows, they're going to jump on her nearly immediately, I'd imagine. Holding on to that BKB is going to have 9 seconds. A spell stolen here will be, again, the Chakram. Again, see, look, oh, because he's stolen return Chakram, I see. Oh, well, that's a way to make sure Tiny doesn't throw any trees at you. Break all of his trees. No tree protector this time either. The RP onto 2. Tiny now buying back as out comes the Eclipse with BK beat up. Are most heroes onto Y go most of the bounces. But again, he's just so damn tanky. He doesn't even give a darn. Barracks will now fall. Nefrit Godlike has used that BKB here, but Lena with no buyback as the tree toss still not doing all too much considerably. As now the toss Avalanche PA may be in a bit of trouble here. There's the Solar to help her out. Another Lucent Beam, but now in trouble as they've jumped onto Luna. There's more Soul Rips coming through. The Tombstone has fallen now, but the stolen Chakram out from Nico is doing a whole lot of work here. Still alive is Nefrit as well, refusing to die. Thanks to the Satanic lifesteal here, and no heroes have died whatsoever. They've managed to get the ranged barracks, but probably wouldn't like to leave without these melee barracks, and in fact, they're not going to. GG. Yep, there we go. GG is called. We're going to go to game number 3 here as Wind and Rain stay in it. Nicely done, Mag PA. What's up, everyone? I did not mute my microphone again, so I didn't have to unmute it. That makes it just that much more efficient, doesn't it, when you think about it? But we are now live. Game number 3, coffee in hand, and what a match of Dota we've had thus far. Wind and Rain fighting tooth and nail. They pull out the Mag PA. Not even banned this time around, but Nemiga again going with the Tiny again. Now that's a hero we haven't seen in a while. Did get a nice little buff. I don't remember if it was the kinetic field or the static storm, so I will shamelessly look it up right quick here while I determine that information. Let me see. One of them got an AoE increase that was actually pretty significant. Whenever you see these AoE increases, you gotta remember like all those videos in science class you saw when you were in school. Oh, well, this is probably a North American thing now that I think about it. But I'm gonna go ahead and finish it off because I think it's good here, right? It's gonna be the Shadow Demon pick. Is the Marana banned? Marana's not banned here. You can't probably pick it though because it's probably gonna be a Coddle 4. What is this? I don't know if I like Shadow Demon. No, I do like Shadow Demon 4 actually. I changed my mind on it immediately. But anyway, in America, right, when they teach us about the how shapes work and like triangles, you know, you got your square, 4 right angles, right? You got your triangles, you know, just 3 sides. You got your circle, right? But this is how they teach you about the differences of radius, right? Is that they teach you it in pizza. They're like, remember, you can get more pizza because if, you know, like a 16-inch pizza for like, you know, 10 bucks, you know, is, you know, you shouldn't buy more of those because they're cheaper. Just because the large pizza, which is 4 inches radius bigger, is like $2 more because you get way more pizza because it's pi r squared. So it's increased by a factor of quite literally exponentially. Anyway, yeah, so any buff any buff that they make to any AoEs there is actually pretty strong. Like the vacuum AoEs are pretty good too. I think there's something that's like plus 75 AoE on vacuum, which doesn't sound all that fantastic, but it's actually pretty strong to be quite honest, because it makes it so much easier to pull more heroes in. No one really expects it. Let's see this change log here. So it was the static storm, so they increased the radius from 450 to 500 and buffed the damage here by 25 at level 2 and 50 at level 3 to 200, 275, 350. After that, he got an attack range increase actually as well by 25. Interesting. In any case, let me see here. That's a pretty big increase, right? An increase of 50 squared. Well, not really. You have to do a bunch of math there. I don't really feel like bothered doing, but I think it's somewhere. It's over 10% increase. Honestly, it's a big increase there of the area covered by the static storm. Now, what is our kinetic field? AoE is, of course, it doesn't say. The aura has a radius of 408. Fair enough.
Bounty hunter.
Okay. So it's a bounty last pick here. Likely to be a bounty off lane, maybe is what it looks like. Maybe a Lycan off lane. Bounty safe lane is what we've seen a few times. It's good, but it's terrible late. And a Wind and Rain again will go with it. Oh, actually, no. This time they'll take the Timber Saw. Against the Treant Protector is interesting. That might have a few interesting ramifications. And they probably have some really cute voice lines as well. But I mean, potentially very strong early on here. The bounty is good against the Weaver, of course. Once you time lapse, you're going to be able to dodge out that bit of lockdown. Well, not really lockdown. It's like kind of lockdown. It helps lockdown, right, of the track from the bounty hunter. Night Stalker is going to be pretty good here against the Lycan potentially. The preventative silence there on the Crippling Fear is really strong, honestly. It's only a few heroes that I believe have like a silence that lingers like that. Him and the Riki, if I'm not mistaken. Those are the only two off the top of my head I can think of. Well, Disruptor as well, actually. So now you have 2 in 2-1 here. So those two are very strong. Against Lycan, against Tiny as well, they're not bad, because if you place it down on yourself and Tiny blinks in on top of you, he's not going to be able to use any of his spells, and well, he's not the biggest right clicker here. Of course, we all know that's not Melojewel's plan, though. His plan is to go ahead and build that, what's that item called? Echo Saber, Agatum Scepter, 2 Daedalus, not 1, not 3, but 2. It's the Goldilocks amount of radius. And, of course, that Divine Scepter. But yeah, the Weaver pick is quite interesting. Haven't seen a whole lot of Weaver. I think he does pretty decently here, but the Bounty might be really good against him. The Shadow Demon Demonic Purge as well. I don't believe you can purge that off with the backtrack either. You'll still regain your damage, of course, but you're still going to be slowed down as well. Might be a game to get boots here on the Weaver. The only reason I say that is just so maybe you can dodge out. It's like a Blinding Light. You can run a bit faster way out of the Disco Ball. I don't know if the sleep will reveal invisible units there on the strobe light. Let me change over to the game scene. There you go. Very long voice lines. Let's see what they're able to do here. Again, it's Zatrax, I believe, on the safe lane Lycan. Something that he might be used to here. Yeah, and they might be throwing him safe lane solo Lycan once again, as we have 3 heroes set up bottom lane: Astral, the Chosen One, and Fervian. So it's going to be a safe lane Lycan and an off lane Bounty Hunter. Nefrit gonna scout this out here quite quickly. I don't think he's gonna like what he sees, but if it's anything like last game, they're gonna keep it here, and we're gonna go to another 70-minute game. At which point, they're not gonna have, they're not gonna be able to use the ulti here on Weaver because the tree Ags, not the tree Ags. I'm sorry, the tiny Ags trees are doing a ton of damage. This time though, they don't have the Train Protector, so. So here's the thing, right, is that you probably do want to go for the 15 talent here because you have a Timber Saw, so you can continue doing damage, of course, pure damage off of the Whirling Death. As well as the Timber Chain possibilities then. Then the issue becomes, crap, well, we don't want to, you know, have machine gun Treant or machine gun Tiny Axe again, though. That's less than ideal. Let's see what he goes for. The Europe build here on Train Protector seems to max, or preferably max, the living armor. I've seen that maxed. NA and SCA like to put a few more levels here. NA specifically will do more in the Leech Seed. Well, I think SCA really likes the Natures guys, but you guys in Europe, you love the living armor, which is good, but I think a route this game might even be better. Prevent him from going invis. He's got plenty of stacks of Shadow Poison here already. 80 damage only. Level 1 Shadow Poison stacks. I mean, it's very cheap, but my god, it's so little damage. 4, now 5, 320, now with 6. Wow, okay, never mind. I severely underestimated that amount of damage. It only stacks up to 5 times once as well, so I'm surprised he even died there. But 344 damage there with the Shadow Poison release is enough. So that's first blood there. Slightly underwhelming, honestly. It's always kind of weird whenever you get that kill early on. Already they know the Train Protector is down here, so they're like, oh, well, time to chop down all these trees. Bounty ready with the Quelling Blade. They've got a sentry here for both heroes, so at least a lot of the invis, if not all of it actually, going to be centered down bottom. Mid lane Timber against Tiny. It's going to have a strength melee matchup. Should maybe be in Timber's favor. There's not a whole lot of trees mid lane that you can actually get aggressive with though, as there is in lane though, is the problem. I mean, down bottom, of course, you have a Tree Protector, but you know, aside from that really stupid joke, you've got these trees in the side. Like, look where Shadow Demon's standing, right? Like a Tree Protector, a Timber could do a bit of damage to him there with a Whirling Death or Timber Chain to him. Whereas mid lane, you don't really have that flexibility. You're going to either use it extremely aggressively or defensively. Blinding Light, of course, very strong. Night Stalker used to be the counter to Coddle, but then they both got reworked, and now I feel like it's not really all that important anymore. Especially because I feel like Coddle Eggs is not as strong as it used to be. Before, I would argue it was maybe too strong, because it would give you permanent, whatever it was called, mode, which gave you access to then the Blinding Light, and one more ability, I don't remember, Recall, right? Wasn't it Recall that you got? Yeah, I remember when Coddle could Recall? That was random. That wasn't even too long ago, I feel. I miss that Coddle. That was the fun Coddle with Mana Leak, Chakra Magic, and Illuminate. Good stuff. Yeah, that was fun. Because then you would build Force Staff, and then just Mana Leak some poor son of a gun, who would then get stunned, by the way, when you drained like 18% of their mana per second. So you'd build a Force Staff, and then exactly this, you'd Blinding Light them forward and just push them back and forth and back and forth. Good times, man. That was clowny. There we go. Again, we're going to start the stacks of Shadow Poison up to 2 already, Sakuchi'd up. I think that's a Wraithband on the way here, indeed, but we're going mid lane first is for a Wish. Is there a bottle on that courier? Not sure, but nearby here as well as Nikwa. 2 levels here in the Thunderstrike early on. Good damage onto Miloja. Not going to get a Rune Hover. Ooh, nicely done there with the Static Storm, and right next to a tree, getting that additional damage thanks to the Whirling Death. Nice job there. Yep, so it's kind of very rare situational when you can actually get any trees destroyed and get bonus damage there.
Oh, you see this, you see?
Jesus Christ, that voice line.
Oh, I'm so happy.
What's going on here at bot lane? 5-minute rinse spawning. Might have a root here onto Astral. Has that disruption. 2 levels. You guys also in Europe do like to max the Shadow Poison as well. Other regions will go for it for more levels in the Soul Cut. It's been nerfed actually, so maybe now Shadow Poison is going to be your best bet, especially early on. This Melojol. Gonna be pulling the wave here, doing some off-lane type shenanigans, just making sure that's the wave is not going to be able to push too hard. There's a Wish again. Continue to be aggressive. Orb of Venom on him makes trading with the Tiny a whole lot easier. I was wondering whose orb that was. I figured it was his because it wouldn't make a lot of sense for the Weaver to get one and for the Treants to get one this late. I mean, you can still go for one here. I think it's good, but we're gonna go maybe for a root now onto Astral to connect there. The Geminid attack, level 1. So there's that Void. Now it's first nighttime though. First nighttime, as we like to say, not super useful as it used to be, or not super important as it used to be. Before, it's like if you didn't get like a kill and a tower in the first nighttime on Old Night Stalker, it was like, well, we're in some trouble this game. But I think here we're going to be mostly okay. Chakram's leveled here on Wish here, already up to level 6. Avalanche, tossing a creep back onto him though. It's going to be okay. 3 levels here in the reactive armor. Receiving some tangos from the courier. Just chilling underneath the tower. As a reminder, that's not his tower, by the way, but he's trying to make sure that the siege creep is able to do more and more damage. As they're going to toss him out of the range, actually. And nicely done there. Able to save a bit of damage. Mid lane, Shrine Protector trying to find a kill, but they're going to go Shrine up. So Trax has gotten a lot more support here thus far in this laning stage compared to game 1, where he had to solo for basically 8 minutes against a rather unpleasant lane. This is going to be working out for him much better. Just continue to get aggressive now as middle lane goes Nemiga. Astral. There's Y could be in a spot of trouble there. Running them down. Tree Protector just scouting. It's like how Fear plays Tree Protector. Fear just, if he's playing a Radiant, Tree Protector just sits in the dire jungle and watches them farm. Just providing intelligence and movements of the enemies. Wish in between two heroes here. That percentage-based damage can be pretty strong against him on the Soul Catcher, especially with the nukes available on Melojol. Avalanche in his wake, slowing one down as they'll get a kill onto Fervian. Yeah, I miss old Coddle, but I like new Coddle as well. Blinding Light every 14 seconds is really annoying. Going to be maxing, of course, the Chakra Magic. The TP coming here. We'll refill the bottle of Melojol. Going to get a D ward here, and perhaps even scout a Dream Protector. They want nothing to do with that, as I think they might have seen him there. I think they probably did see him, but just picking up a tree there to assert dominance, saying, yes, I can carry you, by the way, Dream Protector. I can just pick you up and uproot you. Living armor now. Let's see. Has my point been proved? Yeah. Living armor is good though. I mean, it's really good overall. It's a whole lot of damage block. I think they buffed it not really recently, but it was buffed recently too, which is why we're seeing him a bit more. Plus, roots are just super good. Remember when there was like 2 roots in the game back when. Oh, I hold that thought actually. Is Melojol trying to TP out here? Blinding Light. Nothing's gonna be able to connect onto him. Why not level 6 either? Can't go in with the Overgrowth. Fervia now will get ran down by Nefrit. The Swarm here doing a good amount of work. Bringing that armor low of the already low armor hero. The Trox did get his tower taken, but he's recovering. This time opting not for boots quite yet. Of course, straight into the Helm is the normal build because you have level 6 anyway and can't be slowed. But last time he did opt for boots. Ten-minute rune spawning shortly here. There's going to be the first track onto Omni. So we'll pull him back thanks to the glimpse. I said Omni, but I meant Nikwa. Oh, why is it thought? Toss forward, though, as they maintain the vision, trying to land this kill onto the very, very squishy Disruptor. Living Armor is not going to be enough. There's now Boogie in trouble. No longer has that additional move speed. Will be able to escape, though, but has to commit the Dark Ascension here to fly over those trees. 4 heroes come bottom. Not sure if he really wants to go with this. Astral turning has the Demonic Purge now. There's going to be the Tree Protector doing a bit of damage. Astral has nothing to cut down this tree, so will die. 4 stacks to the Shadow Poison. Is that level 2? Level 3 now? That's a lot. 400. Yeah, that's pretty good. They do stack here for at 5 every single time. How's Weaver doing? No boots to his name either. Going straight in Maelstrom, of course. Not a bad Lincoln's game this game, I think. Yeah, especially against Track. And they go now. Wish going in for a fight. There's going to be the Metamorphosis. As they're going to try and jump onto Y here. They do have vision of him. Smoked up, or Track, rather, as Wish trying to fight 3 here, trapped inside the kinetic field. Glimpsing away this dumb dog away as the Trax continues to run around. I don't know why I think the dogs are dumb. The dogs are not dumb. Dogs are kind of dumb. See, the problem is I always think about that dumb post on Reddit about how you counter Lycans. You just have Tiny and you throw a tree and Lycan will chase the tree. That dumb dog. It's the only reason. It's just stuck in my head permanently. My favorite bit of posting there. Wish gonna be able to get that Timber Chain out. Still 4 heroes down bottom. They want this tower on Nemiga. They're not playing around. When these guys commit to a tower, you can be sure that they're all gonna stick around until either they're all dead or the tower's dead. Actually, okay, looks like they're leaving now. Immediately, the Caster's Curse has been activated as all 5 heroes have evacuated the lane. Let's take a look at net worth now. 5,300 net worth is going to be leading mid lane Timber Salt. Level 10. 10 down taken will be that HP. Yule Scepter soon on him. going to be nice. Purge off the track, purge off the blinding light as well. Not super massive against him. He does a fair amount of right-click damage, honestly, but we better use to lock down the lichen throughout his metamorphosis if you can even reach him. 5 stacks now here. You can keep going. This counter, I think, does not cap. In fact, that might be a really interesting way to crash the game, because it probably will overflow at some point, I'd imagine. But now, there they go. There's going to be the Will-O-Wisp drop down, the strobe light holding on with a few of them. The glimpse pulling back the tiny. As Wish will be able to get the timber chain out of harm's way, so they're only going to be able to get the disruptor for now. As look at that, 10 stacks of the shadow poison. 1050 damage coming soon. They actually can't activate it manually because he is dead. But now turning, trying to get a bit more damage. As the stacks will fall, burning about half of his HP. I didn't even notice he continued stacking the shadow poison out. Now Boogie with the Dark Ascension, trying to fly up the cliff, but Chosen One will go after him as well. Following him there, so they'll get still only one support for support. That's already. Oh, I thought that was a Ring of Shadows. Mid lane though, they might get the Terrain Protector. You're trying to go for the Overgrowth here. Maybe just trying to bait it. Just bait it out. It's a very loud ability, unfortunately, especially if you have a good lower, good headphones with good lower tones. That and Golem are very annoying when you cancel the channel times. Again, though, back onto the bottom tower they go here for the side of Nemiga. And then we're going to be going for Wish. That's already a completed Spirit Vessel here on the Bounty Hunter, so a bit of a core, or a utility core, but Wish in a lot of trouble here. Doesn't have any of that regen now, starting to stack up. Look at all these debuffs on his bar. Demonic Purge, still not enough. Actually, they're going to be able to kill the Bounty. At last, he will die. Giving a 4 times gold streak ended. Nice Overgrowth holding on the Lichen here. Kinetics Field still there. The Glimpse trying to hold him down a little bit as they'll send back the Tiny. But he's pretty happy to now leave as the rest of Nemiga dead. Nefrit there with a triple kill. Able to just duke down. I don't think anyone even really noticed she was there. I barely did too. I like to call it Metamorphosis. Woo! That is the wrong hero. That is a shapeshift friend. I don't know what's up with me. I need to get more sleep or something. Power treads now on Weaver into the Mjolnir. There's the Shadow Demon Disruption. I hear 15-minute runes are going to be fighting over. The Demonic Purge used as well now onto the Night Stalker. Nice AoE Fear, but the Disco Ball will pull him back in. Nefrit is affected here by the Blinding Light. Toss as well. Mellow barely alive. Does have that Purge thanks to the time lapses. They're not able to secure the kill. Nefrit either, nor the Night Stalker. Is now Bounty Hunter in a lot of trouble here. Trying to just pump in damage. Trying to get the kill here on the Boogie. Actually turns around a little bit, but still, with one Whirling Death, they find the kill there. Nefrit now taking a lot of damage here, as that's Soul Catcher. We'll give a little bit of it back. There we go. Wind and Rain, another fight from them. Look at this, Nefrit just pumping out the damage once again. 2 Wraith Bands, the Ring of Bazzi, and the Treads. Ag is soon on Boogie, so it's going to be a farming Night Stalker. Sometimes you see more of a utility Night Stalker as well. Building up to like Solar Crest. Well, that might have changed recently because the items have gotten a little bit worse since then. Trying to pull back the Tiny as the toss will not come through, but you still have the track onto 2 heroes now. The Chosen One's so fast here around his tracked heroes and the Phase Breach buff. Now Mellow closing the gap here. Level 3 toss for Avalanche as the Dust will catch a few heroes. Dark Ascension committed as Boogie in and around the cliffs here will be able to trap one inside the kinetic field. As Illuminate doing good work. Now it's going to be again the Night Stalker affected by the Demonic Purge. The Overgrowth, however, into the Static Storm does good work as they're able to create enough space there for the Timber to hunt down the Tiny. What is going on? Where is the Terrain Protector? The Chosen One able to hunt him down again. So much protection, so much dust, and now Wish with a double kill. This time, no Nefrit in the fight. He's been contently pushing top lane all by his lonesome. Instead, it's Timbersaw doing the damage here. 2100 damage done. Still Bounty. My goodness. Carry Bounty is very situational, but also good. Especially when you have, you know, a Terrain Protector. It was the last pick here. Alright, nearly there towards X, however, on the Night Stalker. Drums of Endurance on Tiny over Blink Dagger. Interesting. There's going to be Necro Book 1, 2. It's the red book, not the blue book. Red, blue, green. It's like the 3 attributes. And he probably did that on purpose, if I had to guess. This Spirit Vessel is though so quality, though. Such a strong item here. And they will scout out the Chosen One here. He's got a Sentry Ward, so he's going to eat a track, but likely not die there. Or he's actually maxed the Thunderstrike here. I wonder if he's going to take the Thunderstrike damage, though. It's sometimes you see people only get 1 level in the Thunderstrike here. Just because at the 10 talent you can pick this up and it doubles. And then you basically have, well, not really a double damage one, but... Because it doesn't increase the amount of strikes, but just does more damage to them. Trim Protector gonna get scouted here, unfortunately. Now tracked, nowhere you can go. Even the Demonic Purge used. I think he started channeling up that Overgrowth again, but just trolling them. 14 and 8 rather, gonna be the kill spread here. Closing in on 19 minutes. Nefert farming quite nicely, going for that BKB now. Has the Mithril Hammer probably on the core here for himself. Pardon me, but we're going to farm in nicely. That's Aghanim Scepter on Night Stalker. He's got another minute here to really be able to use this, but... Actually, it's still good. It just doesn't stun during the daytime. Yeah, it's now good all the time. I forgot. This is no longer... Actually, it no longer does damage during the day, of course. This is what everyone memed on when the change came out. Mallow Joel has switched up the build here, going straight for Echo Saber. Doesn't feel like he wants to be Blink Dagger for some reason, as they feel that the Chosen One is close. 520 move speed, but quite fast as well is Boogie. Dark Ascension now, the AoE Void doing great work here, slowing down the Bounty Hunter, allowing the team to secure the kill. Is now a 2-man silence onto Boogie. They will drop the Demonic Purge out to him, slowing him down considerably, though, as Ferbian continuing to create space, pushing him back with a Blinding Light, as Boogie looking to cut him off here, jumping across that cliff. It's the tracks here. Now, this time with the Shapeshift, that's right, not the Metamorphosis, as all of the creeps nearby him. Astral, though, going to be left alone here as Boogie still got a few seconds left. The Overgrowth there, likely to secure the kill. As Nefert now wicked sick on his killing spree. The Shapeshifted Wolf still running around, but eating a lot of damages out from the Maelstrom procs. As the Invis Wolves continue to try and scout whatever they can find. They will have a track here onto the Weaver. He's actually got no time lapse for a few more seconds, and well, as fast as he is, Bounty's not that much slower, which is a scary thought. Tiny. Still no Blink Dagger on him. Doesn't want to go for it. Just opting out of that item. He's gone for a different early game item, so... At least the farm has just gone into something else, as now there's going to be BKB on Nefrit. Closing in now, going straight for that Mjolnir. Is there a good reason not to go for the Lincolns this game? Let's take a look here. Targeted abilities. You got quite a few of them. Chakram, Track can break it quite easily. Tiny Toss will do that. Shadow Demon Disruption and the Demonic Purge. So, out of all of those, I mean, they're all still good abilities, but the thing, I don't know. Like, they still don't mind using any of those on you, especially more so the Chakram, which, if I recall correctly, will still pop your Lincolns. It won't hit you, but it'll still continue to bounce to any units that it does hit. As now Bounty Hunter going to be walking through here. Boogie just feels a disturbance in the Force and will jump straight onto him as they commit the Dark Ascension a bit more. What the hell? Do they have a Sentry? I'm so confused how they found that kill there. Action not buying back. They're going to drop the Disco Ball, nuking down the Disruptor. Why? Let's get out the Overgrowth, but taunted back into the light as Nefert, BKB doing the damage. Now there's going to be a disconnect here right in the middle of the fight. Wish has been standing there at least for a few seconds. I was wondering what he was doing.
That was a morning.
And they have bought back, however, onto the bounty hunter. He must have gotten body blocked or something then. Or did it track him? Oh, he tracked him. That's why he knew. He tracked him, that mad lad. He must have. He must have tracked him. A little bit of a death wish there on that bounty hunter, but maybe able to start a fight here. You got a few seconds, probably 5 left here of the BKB. Timber Saw? It should be an Ags, I'd imagine. Not coming on the courier for sure, but he's building up to it here. Does disconnect here in the middle of the fight. Do they have the damage here for the bounty on the second buyback? Do they have the detection for him? He's got no shadow walk here. Rooted up, they will be able to see him, of course. As coming into the fight here, shapeshifted up is Lycan. Level 3 Necro Book here. They've already killed the Treants, though, which is going to be the main concern. But now at least Nefrit can't really run too easily either. It's actually a pretty good pick against the Weaver, because you can close the gap on him quite easily. And Necro 3 is going to have that True Sight. Well, what else happens in this fight? I think you know. Demonic Purge has been used. The question's onto who? Looks like probably onto, yep, Night Stalker. Indeed, there we go. Demonic Purge. So he's going to be speeding up a bit, about to take like 300 damage-ish. He's on the Tiny, though. Crippling Fear back up in 3 more seconds, and then he's got another AoE Void. I feel like Wind and Rain are probably going to try and back their way out of this one. Wish didn't get the engagement, unfortunately. It looks like he disconnected right in the middle of this fight. So that's why he's just standing here with a Chakram on himself, it looks like. Bit of issue there. It's going to be a hectic one when he does reconnect eventually. While we have this nice pause, right? Why not go ahead and thank our main sponsor here for the tournament. Shout outs to them. OMG.bet. Make sure you guys check them out. And we've got a banner in the below here. So show their support for sponsoring this main tournament. Thanks again to them, guys. OMG.bet. Ooh boy, a bit of a long disconnect this one, huh? We're actually starting to see that team fight break out. It looks like, yeah, he actually just stands there through 2 or 3 blinks of the Ignis as well. As once again, Nemiga asking for a draw. They did this game number 1. They just asked to flip for it. Hopefully he's able to reconnect, but yeah, did end up hard crashing there in the middle of that team fight, unfortunately. Well, hopefully we get the ability to reconnect here.
May the light keep you.
Well, this is going to be a bit of a longer disconnect, apparently. Maybe I should go ahead and send it back to the AFK screen here while we make sure we can get all reconnected.
May the light keep you.
Alright, well, I think I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to the AFK screen. We will be right back, guys. Hopefully, I'll go ahead and update you once I get any more information here. But looks like this could be potentially a bit of a longer pause, so stick around. Hopefully, the rest of Game 3 coming soon. Cyrillic alphabet, if I think that's called. But decided to bring it back because we've been talking to the people in game at least. Been AFK for a bit here, unfortunately, on Wish though. That's gonna be. He wasted a lot of time here. Unfortunately, I mean, at least he didn't get caught there in the will-o-wisp, but still, that hurts. I'm like gonna root it up here. Look at these. We get to judge people based on their relics. This is a very long pause here. As I said, unfortunately, that stream delay not making it easy to catch up. And look at those. Look at that sprite, by the way. Like, what sprite even is that shadow poison? It looks so much better from above. But I guess that's just what it is. That's funny. I've never noticed. It's just like. Of course, the coddle mount on for Vin. This, I don't actually know what happens here if he doesn't reconnect, by the way. Like, what happens? I'm curious. Oh, good thing I don't have to decide. I'm not an admin. I'm just here. I do have 2 wolves closing the gap quite quickly here. I don't think they get affected by the overgrowth. Dimber's still got all of his items to use though, so yeah, well, I mean, we'll see how this fight breaks down. So a few seconds left on the Dark Ascension, but longer pause for sure. These guys have to be so upset, actually. These 2 mud golems, they're just chilling here and trying to start a family, and then some angry bug boy throws a bunch of bugs on them. There's an angry shadow demon lord just continuing to toss poison onto them. And they can't even move to say anything about it either because the tree overgrowths them. Come on, man. Like, that's very rude. They're just trying to live their best life there. There's our Necronomicon 3 here, affected by shadow poison, of course. Or is that the swarm? Is that the swarm debuff? It is! What? You guys all have bugs on them, you're telling me? Oh, yeah, there they are. His mom told him to pause. Mom, I can't pause it. It's an online game. It doesn't work like that. I guess that is the swarm. What a strange... That can't be, though, because Lycan doesn't have it. What the hell is that? What is that from? What's that debuff? Is it Void? Oh, it's Void probably, right? No, because they're not affected by Void. What is that? Someone please answer me. Unfortunately, the chat delays. Severe. Oh my god, it's happening. He's reconnected. Holy cow, we've been paused for about 10 minutes, but we are back. Getting right back into the action here after a nice little break. Thank you for sticking around through the pause. My cat has hidden in the closets. And we've got the good to go here, so we're not going to waste a second, hopefully getting back in. Indeed, the case as the G is given to go. And the unpausing countdown begins. Let's see, go Wish now is going to be back. Timber chaining across the fight. There is going to be the overgrowth ending as well. But Nemiga going to be sticking around. They're going to get the kill onto the Tiny. Now silencing up the Bounty Hunter. Ooh, oh, not connecting onto the tree, however. Now there's going to be the Dark Ascension ending. TPing out of trouble will be Boogie. Does have the ability to do so freely. So if we got the Tiny, and I think they're still chasing Coddle somewhere, aren't they? Nope. Alright, well that was a little bit anticlimactic.
My allies have earned their keep.
Smoked up now is going to be Nemiga as they're going to head into the jungle. There's going to be an Avatos as they have vision on the Treant Protector, sitting right next to a Sentry Ward. Unfortunately for the Treant, as now they're going to go get their first tier 1 tower, actually, with a Lycan in the game, already with Necro 3. Be able to catch one. There's going to be the mute. Actually, they're going to stop the shape. No, they're not going to stop the shapeshift from going through. And in fact, they're just going to kill him. That dog just running around is not able to go anywhere. Wind and rain. Nikwa will die, though. The Chosen One jumping onto him. There's going to be another Dark Ascension. They banished one. As now the Will-O-Wisp getting dropped. The Ignis onto 2 heroes. Wish trying to outrun it. Will not be able to. Does not quite have the move speed and likely to break up that fight. Maybe Nefrit continuing to fight here. It is level 22. This man is farmed, and now Wish is like, oh god, we can keep killing them. On to the Chosen One they go. The dust will not hit him, though, so I think that's going to be a-okay now to be Bounty Hunter. And Vizrune on the Shadow Demon has the completed Aether Lens. I hear again the Overgrowth getting cancelled somewhere. That's why was considering fighting against him. Now we'll actually commit it, but Wish gonna get caught there inside of the disruption. The Chosen One out of mana here does have 5, now 6 wand charges. The root onto him is there. Do they have the damage? The Hellbear Smasher not quite enough as the Leech Seed keeping alive the Treant Protector. One more attack there is gonna be enough. Finally, Nefrit's still godlike. Oh no. Oh no, not like this. Well, in we go again. Knocking a coin off of my desk in disgust here. I'll leave this up in case anyone can read it, but I cannot. Oh, it's a quick one. It's a quick one. We're already back to the action here. The first boss seemed like he just needed to like reset his router or something, as Coddle brought all the way back here, caught inside the kinetic field. My god, the damage on Nefrit. I actually didn't get to see how he killed the Shadow Demon. I imagine it was literally just right clicks. Yep. That's the case. Nice up there from the Treant Protector. He was memeing a little bit because he knew he was scouted, but ends up baiting them back to chase up towards the high ground here. And they're going to get another one, actually. There's the glimpse. We'll catch one. The Silence trying to TP out here, but the Void with the mini stun and the Sakuchi attacks easily enough. Level 24, the mini Yolmer taking the Swarm Talons as well, actually. Nefrit now heading into Roche, has a fresh BKB, nearly enough money now for the Satanic. They've taken the talent for the Swarms. So, well, actually, they're both Swarm Talents with the +4 attacks to kill. Down to very little armor is Roche. -7 now as they'll toggle the aggro over to Wish. Out goes the Swarm Bug, making this Roche a bit harder, but no real way to contest this. You do not have Ags yet. Not even, actually. He's gone back. He's doubled back on the build. Instead instead of the Echo Saber. He's gone actually back to the Blink here after the Drums of Endurance. Finding it necessary as Boogie going to be chasing up the high ground here, pushing it back down. The Blinding Light, as well as, ooh, nice glimpse there, able to set up the kill quite easily for Nefrit. They're going to continue chasing here. Wind and Rain off the back of this, up 12k all of a sudden, by the way, because Nefrit has just been basically free to farm. Wish unstoppable, certainly feels like it. As, I think that means I love you in the demon tongue. No trees here to throw, or into Timber Chain 2. Dream Protector, what level is it? Still just 10, but 24 somehow onto Nifrit. They go now onto the base. There's no Desolator here on the Weaver, but he's got the damage regardless, especially thanks to that DD rune. Out he goes, 25 now, and they're going to extend their lead even more, getting a first lane of barracks there. Now with an Aegis here is just about to have enough money for the Reaver to complete that. Looking for his level 25 talent here. I do wonder what you take. I'd imagine you take the Geminate attack, right? Although the Scoochie move speed might be good. There's going to be the Crippling Fear, immediately silencing up the Tiny, catching him with the Swarms. Quite fast, not fast enough. Do they have the damage to stop this TP? Nope, not quite yet. You do have some attacks chasing him down, I think, though. I don't know where they've gone here. They're about to hit him, I think. Where'd they go? Oh, well, now he's going to just join them. He'll be fine. Bottom lane, though, look at this. They're going to catch Nikwa here. Magnetic Field is dropped. Wish trying to get away. Will at least be able to dodge out a little bit of damage there. They're going to drop a Static Storm on right on top of the Disruptor, though. Doesn't care too much now. Why? With the Overgrowth, Bounty BK beat up, though, disrupting onto the Timber side. He's going to buy back onto 1. Now they're getting killed onto the Dream Protector as Nefrit now joining the fight here. Blinding Light onto 2. Boogie with the AoE Void as well as the Silence now getting involved as the Chosen One running down Wish with the Spirit Vessel. Buybacks now all around the Horn as it's going to be a Shadow Demon as well as the Coddle both buying back. Wish nearly dead, but they are able to get the Bounty. I think he's going to be okay. And they'll be able to catch more. Actually, Nefrit finally lands the kill onto the Tiny. That's a dieback now on the Shadow Demon. Beyond Godlike as Nefrit. How did this man get so far? Does he have an XPM talent? Ah ha 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 ha. Okay, that makes more sense. Well, it's still a bit spooky now. Level 25, he's gone for the Sakuchi move speed as well. He does have boots. Now he moves even faster. No, he really doesn't need it, doesn't he? Into the base they go now. Only 2 heroes alive to try and defend this one. Lycan ended up dipping out of that fight. Didn't quite feel strong enough. Has got the Aghanim Scepter now on Lycan. Might be a bit too late for that. Top lane will be pushing quite hard now with the Wolves. There's a mid, those are actually his units, actually. But top lane will be pushing here. As there's a TP back, there's going to be the Shapeshift as well. Maybe trying to catch Nefrit here. They don't have vision of him, however. He's accepted up by Wish as the Shapeshift trying to catch someone. He's going to get caught here in the Kinetic Field as Nikwa just watching him, baiting him. Now they kill the Tiny as Fervian next to die. Down he goes, and now Lycan trying to do whatever he can, though. Just running around in these trees. Static Storm will get dropped with the BKB out from Bounty Hunter. Means he's A-okay. As Lycan just going to be trying to his best to cut the waves. Out of the Shapeshift he goes, but Wish closing the gap on him as the Chosen One. And Nefrit just healing off here. Astral going to be dropping at least a Disruption. Living a bit longer, but Boogie here to follow up on that damage. Lycan still alive. Bounty Hunter getting ran down. Nefrit way too fast here. You can't run away with him, especially with that talent. Now choosing to try and fight now beyond Godlike as Wish will be able to get the kill here onto Lycan eventually. My goodness gracious me. Yule Scepter into just a crap ton of pure damage there. Just a nice little bit of the Chakram run around, I'd imagine. Buyback is available on Lycan. Tiny died very early on in that fight and has naturally respawned, but does not have buyback though. 400 gold shy of it. He's going to go for a casual quarterstaff here, trying his best to at least finish off one item here. Nuking down the creep wave. Needs a bit more gold there for the Ogre Club. 2 lanes of barracks gone. You did lose a top tier 1 in that push, thanks to the Wolves pushing quite hard. But the problem is, against the super creep, the wolves make very little to no difference. Even quote-unquote relatively early on, there's been 1530, so there's been 4 upgrades now to the creeps since level 1, as they upgrade every 7.5 minutes. And even now, the regular melees are going to be stronger than the wolves. Not in terms of attack damage, quite obviously, right? But as well as the MAME. The MAME is still really good against them, don't get me wrong. But like against super creeps, it's not too effective, unfortunately. 450 damage, 50 damage, compared to 48 damage and 750 health is just tough for the wolves to deal with here, unless they get pretty lucky here on the effort here as well. It's still better than nothing, but a bit tough. I think the axe is a good purchase if you can get it like really early. You need to get that like boots, like you need to get that before Necro is the thing, for it to be really good. As they've caught one, it's going to be Fervian rather. For it now, that's going to be his 17th kill, 17, 1, and 11. As Static Storm is dropped, BKB by the Chosen One. The damage here is not going to be enough out of net for it. MKB to his name now. Satanic MKB, Butterfly next here. What more could this man want? Tiny continuing to push against the supers here, at least creating a bit of space, as the wolves will continue to howl, but unfortunately not too strong against the heroes. As they've caught one, it's the bounty. He's got no BKB this time. The AoE silence as well. Disruption will come out from the Shadow Demon, but he will die there. Nefrit, 18, now nearly 19 kills, I believe. 18 is going to be the number we settle on for now. Tiny does have the buyback now. Nefrit still just so strong. How did they even take down this man? This is likely to be megas and almost certainly the game. Nemiga still will qualify here for the playoffs, but now instead, hold that thought. Actually, it's a nice blinding light here onto 2 or 3. Actually, that's the disco ball. But now onto the backline jumps Wish. Melojol used to force to pop the Avalanche toss defensively. The Chosen One still alive somehow, as that's going to be Agnum Scepter now, and the Timber Saw twice the damage output because of this chakra. Nefert now popping his BKB. Yule Scepter up is the Tiny. Cannot get the Blink Dagger out. Down he goes. Does have buyback, but that's going to be now the 18th kill. Wish now godlike, so 2 heroes godlike now. As now, maybe they can actually find the kill here onto 1. They will. That's a lot of gold, 1,000 gold given, but at last those barracks will fall, securing the megas, and this lineup doesn't do too nicely against megas. The wolves will help a bit, but it's a bit scary. Without the Tiny Axe, it doesn't really feel like they have the team fight. Like, they don't really have someone that like runs in and draws aggro of enemies, right? Like if you look at the Wind and Rain draft, who does the job here? Wish and, well, they got kind of 2. I would say Wish as well as Boogie, right? So that kind of leaves Nefert, although now dead, able to just kind of run around and do damage. But for Nemiga, it's a bit harder to do that. You do finally, I mean, just Bounty's just not tanky enough, quite frankly. Lycan would prefer to just run around and hit people at leisure, right? And preferably get the backlines, but 24k now as the wolves still howl. 99% chance here, as there's going to be the preventative silence coming out. Dark Ascension used as well. He might be able to catch another one as he sees Tiny farming in the jungle. Shape shift here. It's Lycan trying to find something here, but maybe just trying to run away as well. Can't slow him down though. Up on the high ground he goes. Boogie still again with the crippling fear, trying to do anything else here. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to though. And into the base they go. Overgrowth is used. Blinding, or Will-O-Wisp dropped, but 2 Chakram. There's twice a dead horse. As now a disconnect by Tiny. Surely should be GG. Yep, Nemiga will call it. Will be GG. Well played. So it is going to be Wind and Rain able to pull out the 2-1 victory here. Let me just double check.